What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Good afternoon. The first item of business this afternoon is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Reverend Susan Henderson, Inverclyde United Reformed Churches.
Presiding Officer and members of the Scottish Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. 10 days ago, the clock struck midnight, and we all wished those around us a happy new year. Some may have decided that to have a happy new year, they would need to make changes to the way they live, and so resolutions were made. But 10 days on, how many of those resolutions have been kept, and how many are broken already? How many of us chose not to make any resolutions this year because we know that they become unrealistic once we are out of the holiday season and the stresses of our everyday lives are back with us again? During the Christmas season, churches around the world have lit candles which symbolise hope, peace, joy and love as we wait for the Christ light to return to us once more, and also as we waited for the Christ child to be born in us. And on Christmas Day, we lit the centre candle, the Christ light, as we rejoiced in our Saviour's birth. This candle will remain with our churches throughout the year as a reminder of that hope, peace, joy and love that we long for. This year, for most churches, we will be reading through the Gospel of Matthew. Matthew shows us a Jesus that looked to those in the margins and challenges us to give food to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, to welcome the stranger, to take care of the sick, to visit those in prison, because we can see Christ in the faces of those people. In other words, to spread hope, peace, joy and love to one another in our communities and in our world. But this year, have we already packed that hope, peace, joy and love away with the Christmas decorations, only to be remembered when we unpack them all again next year? Or are they like the forgotten bought presents still at the back of a cupboard, waiting to be wrapped and gifted? Or can we find our Christ light, and whatever that may mean to you, to keep burning throughout the year, that reminds us to bring that hope, peace, joy and love into the lives of those who are marginalised, those who are sick, those who hunger and thirst for a better life, and to also help us with our own resolutions to bring a happy new year for ourselves and to everyone around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Henderson. Thank you. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 7455 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to today's business. And I call on George Adam to move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and moved.
Thank you. I call on Sandesh Gulhani to speak to and move Amendment 7455.2.
Presiding Officer, today we saw the worst ever 8 and 12-hour waits in A&E. And in the week ending 18th of December 2022, we saw the worst ever 4-hour waits. The average number of beds occupied per day due to delayed discharges is also at a record high. Almost every indicator of NHS Scotland's performance has worsened, some to their worst ever level. Hundreds of thousands of Scots are waiting for treatment. This is a national emergency. People are dying unnecessarily. NHS staff are burning out, going above and beyond, but they cannot cope. The crisis in our NHS should be the priority for this Parliament, because it is a priority for the people. In the Cabinet Secretary for Health's own words, this was always going to be the hardest winter the NHS has ever seen. Yet, with the rhetoric came no action. I have been warning of how bad this winter is going to get, and yet there was no prioritisation by this government to allocate time to a proper debate in Parliament prior to recess. Today, we have a ministerial statement on the NHS being slotted into the parliamentary business timetable at short notice, with not enough time allocated and not enough opportunity to scrutiny by members. The decision to slot this in came at very short notice. What has the Scottish Government given priority to in the midst of the NHS crisis? The first Scottish parliamentary debate of 2023 is not about our treasured NHS, but about Scottish independence. This is a disgrace. It is not the priority of the people of Scotland, and not a good use of parliamentary time. I therefore bring forward an amendment to scrap this divisive debate and extend the time allocated to the ministerial statement on NHS winter pressures by 40 minutes to allow members to raise their concerns of their constituents and hold the Cabinet Secretary to account on his failing NHS recovery plan. We will also support and welcome a full debate, as Labour's amendment requests. Remember, for those voting against these amendments, you are voting to prioritise independence over Scottish people dying unnecessarily. First Minister, the SNP don't seem to care. What we're hearing there is they're not caring. I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. I call on Neil Bibby to speak to and move Amendment 7455.1.
Presiding Officer, today the number of patients waiting more than 12 hours in emergency departments has hit its highest ever level. The head of the Doctors' Union said that the weekend Scotland's hospitals are not safe for patients. And in a few weeks, nurses will be forced to walk out of hospitals because the Scottish Government is more interested in clapping them than paying them. We are in the midst of a full-blown crisis which is threatening patient safety and putting people in unbearable circumstances. So when the people of Scotland look to their Parliament for a response this afternoon, what will they see? Another debate on a referendum, another exercise in internal party management, another excursion in creative avoidance from the real problems Scotland faces. This Parliament should reflect the people's priorities, not just the governing parties. It is welcome that the Government have finally now agreed to a statement on the NHS, but there should also be a full debate on the NHS crisis too. We moved a business motion to hold an NHS debate before Christmas instead of the SNP's proposed debate on their general election strategy, and we will do so again today. I therefore move the amendment to the business motion in my name.
Thank you. I call on George Adam to respond on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I wish everyone in the Chamber a Happy New Year. With that said, Presiding Officer, I'll have to move on to something with Mr Gulhani, in so much as that I will take no lectures for a member of the Conservative Party about who is caring and who is not, when he represents a political party who has proven not to be caring of the people of Scotland over the years. And it is bizarre, Presiding Officer, that when the opposition asked for a statement on health before the new year, towards the end of last year, I said I would bring that back to us, and I have made sure that it is the very first thing that we discuss, because the NHS is and will continue to be a priority of this government all the time. However, Presiding Officer, I think I'm only too happy to talk about the benefits of independence. As I've said before recess, I won't ever apologise for encouraging this Parliament to debate the people of Scotland's right to choose their own future. Indeed, it's somewhat ironic that the Tories are seeking to deny a democratic debate, which will highlight how the current constitutional settlement is denying democracy in Scotland. And frankly, the case is for the people of Scotland to be given the choice and the chance of a better future is becoming stronger every day. Let me remind you of what I said towards the end of last year. We are living in a country led by the Conservatives in Westminster with inflation running at 10%. Household incomes predicted to fall to 2014 levels. The economy is in recession. People facing the horrific choice of choosing between heating and eating this winter. Millions facing eye-watering increases in their household costs in 2023. And of course, there's Brexit compounding all, creating labour shortages, trade barriers, higher business costs and lost tax income. No wonder, Presiding Officer, the Tories don't want this Parliament debating and agreeing that this is the time for the people of Scotland to choose independence and a future that we have the opportunity to create and make our own decisions, allowing this Parliament to be able to provide that better future for Scotland. I am more surprised at Labour seeking to obstruct this debate. We have worked well over the past 3 or 4 months, and I would have thought that Labour would have been interested in debating Anna Starwell's 6 pledges for reform in Holyrood, which include the view, which, Presiding Officer, I share, by the way, that the Scottish people are sovereign and have the right to determine the best form of government suited to our needs. In closing, Presiding Officer, Britain, in my opinion, is broken beyond repair, and now it's time for the people of Scotland to decide their future.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 7455.2 in the name of Sandesh Gulhani, which seeks to amend Business Motion 7455 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to today's business, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote, and there will be a brief suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The first question is that Amendment 7455.2 in the name of Sandesh Gulhani, which seeks to amend Business Motion 7455 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to today's business, be agreed. Members should cast their votes now. Before I close the vote, I now call Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
Stuart McMillan would vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. The clerks will ensure that is recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 7455.2 in the name of Sandesh Gulhani is yes 30, no 94. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 7455.1 in the name of Neil Bibby, which seeks to amend Business Motion 7455 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to today's business, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. Before I close the vote, I call Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
On behalf of Stuart McMillan, I vote no.
Thank you. The clerks will ensure that is recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 7455.1 in the name of Neil Bibby is yes 55, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 7455 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to today's business be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. I call Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
On behalf of Stuart McMillan, I vote yes.
Thank you. The clerks will ensure that is recorded. Point of order, Ben McPherson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was not able to connect to the digital voting platform. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 7455 in the name of George Adam is yes 99, no 25. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. And at question number 1, I call Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that during freezing temperatures in December, ambulances were called out to 800 people with hypothermia.
Cabinet Secretary Humza Yousaf.
We share concerns that the vulnerable, especially older people, will struggle to keep warm this winter. We're committed to doing everything we can in our power to address the energy cost crisis, which is why we announced in our budget statement on the 15th of December last year that we will be allocating a further £20 million to the Fuel Insecurity Fund to ensure it can continue to provide support to those in the greatest need in 23-24. This follows on from our decision earlier this year as part of the emergency budget review to double our fund to £20 million for the current financial year. These additional monies have been distributed to our 3 current Fuel Insecurity Fund delivery partners, so the immediate crisis support reaches those on the ground without delay. The UK Government's current energy price cap of £2,500 per annum on average, due to rise to £3,000 from next April, still leaves energy costs at an unsustainable level for far too many households. I would encourage anybody still struggling with their energy bills to contact Energy Advice Scotland, who will be able to help.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. I'm sure the Government understands that there are people in this country who are switching off their heating almost entirely throughout the winter so far due to fear that they simply cannot afford it. It is clear that the Tories are the architects of this dreadful cost of living crisis, and the sooner that they are replaced with a UK Labour government, the better. However, it is important to focus on what we can do in this Parliament. I am aware of the Fuel Insecurity Fund and it was increased to deal with the challenges faced by our most vulnerable. But I ask if the Government will review the fund and assess whether the money available for families and older people from our community are actually getting to people. We've heard from constituents perhaps that's not happening in good time, and whether it is close to enough when we have seen the lowest temperatures recorded since 2010 in parts of Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say, Carol Mochan is absolutely right. Of course, the Conservatives are the architects of the cost crisis that we're seeing that is affecting so many people. And, of course, the cost crisis is, of course, a public health crisis. I'm not sure why we're hearing groans from the Conservative benches when they are responsible for the public health crisis that so many households face due to over a decade of austerity. What I would say is, of course, my colleague Robertson, who sat here to my left, she is working hard in relation to the Fuel Insecurity Fund and other funds that are available. It's not the only one. She'll know, Carol Mochan, I should say, sorry, will know that we're making progress in relation to the winter heating payment as well as the pension age winter heating payment too. Where eligibility criteria can be looked at to see where that can be expanded. This government will always keep an open mind so we can help as many families as we possibly can. But I'm sure Carol Mochan will agree with me that instead of mitigating the constant austerity and cost crisis that are enabled by the Conservative government, far better we have the power in our hands to be able to take the necessary measures to save families from the impacts of this current cost crisis.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. And I reiterate my agreement that the Tories at Westminster have created this cost of living crisis. My point would be that they will pay for that at the ballot boxes next year, and that will help some of this crisis. Following yesterday's briefing from the First Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, it is clear, if it was not already, that the SNP have lost control of the health service, with record numbers waiting more than 12 hours at accident emergency, and crucially nurses and social care workers feeling the strain of poor pay and underfunding of services. And patients are suffering as the consequences of this. Our NHS is our proudest possession. Staff and patients are concerned. How can the Cabinet Secretary be confident in the slightest that when the temperatures again drop to dangerously low levels, vulnerable individuals suffering from hypothermia will even be able to receive treatment and attention as quickly as they need it?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say to Carol Mochan, our NHS is our most prized and valuable asset, and I pay tribute to every single health and social care worker who's providing exceptional care in these most challenging of times. And of course, I'll say more in the Ministerial statement due straight after Topicals. What I would say to Carol Mochan, I disagree that we are not investing in our health service. We are. Frontline health spending is higher here in Scotland than other parts of the UK, a record £19 billion for 23-24. In terms of staffing, we have record staffing levels, and we care about our staff, we value our staff, and that is why I'd say to Carol Mochan that through our meaningful dialogue, that is why we are the only part of the country, Scotland is the only part of the UK where we have not had nurses or indeed ambulance drivers on strike. That is very different to Labour-run Wales, of course.
Thank you. There's much interest in this afternoon's business, of course, as ever, and concise questions and responses enable more members' voices to be heard. And I call Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Concerns have been raised that a cold winter, coupled with the Tory-created energy crisis, would mean that large numbers of people would experience hypothermia or other serious issues linked to low body temperature. So does the Cabinet Secretary have concerns that unless the Tory government takes real action to put money back in people's pockets, such as matching the Scottish Child Payment and properly supporting those on low incomes every winter, we're only going to see the number of people experiencing hypothermia grow as more people face a choice between heating and eating?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm astonished, Presiding Officer, that in response to Emma Harper's very reasonable and rational question, that we have complete denial from the Conservative benches about the real harm that they are causing people up and down this country through their complete mismanagement of the economy. This cost crisis is something that they are responsible for, and they should be hanging their heads in shame over, Presiding Officer. I couldn't agree more with Emma Harper. I do share her concerns. A series of UK government welfare reforms have eroded the real terms value of reserved benefits, and I'm deeply concerned about the UK government's welfare policies, as the rising cost of essentials are far harder for those on the lowest incomes. We've repeatedly called for additional funding to increase social security benefits to support low-income households this winter, including a £25 per week uplift to universal credit and means-tested legacy benefits, as well as an end to the benefit cap and two-child limit.
Question number 2, Stephen Kerr.
To ask the Scottish Government what steps it is taking to mitigate the impact of recent teacher strikes on children's education.
Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Anne Somerville.
The best way of mitigating this impact is to avoid industrial action. Strikes in our schools are in no one's interest, least of all for pupils, parents and carers, who have already faced significant disruption over the past 3 years. I remain absolutely committed to working closely with our union and local government partners to try and reach a deal on teachers' pay, which must be fair and affordable for all concerned. I am in regular dialogue with the unions in Cosla and spoke with them as recently as Friday, 6 January. As Mr Kerr will be aware, the provision of education in Scotland is the responsibility of local authorities. However, I have previously made clear that wherever strikes do occur, local authorities should undertake individual school risk assessments based on the availability of staff, with schools remaining open or remote learning provided wherever that is possible.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, I'm not very sure that I had a single answer in that long statement from the Cabinet Secretary. And I'm not sure I heard anything either that brings any comfort to Scotland's parents, carers, or indeed the most important people, the pupils, especially those in their senior phase preparing for their important exams. So she's right that the obvious mitigation is to end a dispute, but the dispute's been going on before last April. So the Cabinet Secretary has said in the media, well, if you would like... I mean, you're the government. You're the government.
Excuse me,
you may be a shabby government, but you're the government.
Mr. Kerr, can I ask you to sit down, please? Thank you. I would just advise all members that I am chairing this session, and I'd be grateful if we can hear the member when he's speaking. Mr. Kerr.
The Cabinet Secretary has said in the media that there is room for negotiation. There is scope for a settlement. What is in scope? When will the strikes end? And was the Cabinet Secretary in the negotiating room yesterday?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the meetings that were on yesterday was a meeting of the SNCT, which government ministers do not attend, but government officials were there. And I was, as I say, in the room with trade unions and with COSLA on Friday. There have been a number of constructive talks recently, and I'd like to thank trade union colleagues and colleagues COSLA for that, particularly on Friday and Monday. If Mr Kerr will forgive me, I'm not going to go into the detail of that, and that's not just a decision of the Scottish Government, but I don't think trade union colleagues would also thank me if we went into the details of private negotiations. That's not the way to settle a very detailed settlement that we will need to come to. But we are, of course, looking at considering all options to resolve this dispute, looking at the scope where there is compromise. But I would come back to the fact, as I've stated to trade union colleagues on a number of occasions, the Scottish Government has a fixed budget. It is already allocated for this year, and it has been eroded by inflation. No thanks in particular to the UK Government on that aspect. So we will work very closely to ensure that we're doing everything we can to resolve the dispute. But it would be fair to say negotiations will have to continue as there remains some distance between us at this time.
Stephen Kerr.
I think, again, Scotland's parents and carers and pupils will be astonished. Why on earth wasn't the Cabinet Secretary even in the room? How on earth can there be a negotiation or a resolution if the Cabinet Secretary doesn't even negotiate? And frankly, this is typical. Teachers are on strike for the first time in 40 years because this SNP government have repeatedly let them down. They don't want to strike, but she's letting teachers down. She's letting pupils down. So, I have one more question to ask, obviously. So let me see if I can get a specific answer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to set out one practical idea she and her government have to help pupils catch up and avoid them falling further behind?
Cabinet Secretary.
First answer.
Well, I gave some of the details on that in my first answer, and there is, of course, a number of areas where, because of the impacts of COVID, we have eSchool, we have a number of remote learning initiatives that are assisted by national agencies, but the responsibility for remote learning also lies, quite rightly, with the schools. But quite frankly, Presiding Officer, on the day where UK Government ministers are standing up in Westminster and bringing in anti-trade union law legislation, I will take no lectures from Mr Kerr or any other Conservative member of this Parliament saying that we should be doing more to actually settle disputes, because we know what happens when the Tories are in power. We're seeing that at Westminster. You compare that to what we have done up here in Scotland, where we are having constructive discussions. That's the way how you solve disputes. And I think, quite frankly, Mr Kerr's questions today show a lack of understanding of how the SNCT works, a lack of understanding about negotiations and dispute resolutions, and I will take no lessons from him because of that, but particularly because of the anti-trade union legislation brought through once again by the Conservatives at Westminster.
Co-Cab Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her update. Strikes are, of course, in no one's best interest, but industrial action is an essential part of a fair and just society and economy, with deep roots in Scotland's industrial history. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if she shares, and I think that she does, my incredulousness at the brass neck of the Tories, who, as she has stated, are trying to pass new anti-trade union laws that the SNP will take absolutely no truck with?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Once again, I think CoCab Stewart lays out quite correctly the real concerns that we should all have about some of the legislation that's been proposed by the UK Government when it comes to trade unions. I have enormous respect for the role of trade unions in our society. Their role is a very important one, and I would commend also the role of the teaching unions and the professional associations, and indeed the strength of feeling of their members as we go through that. I listen to that and take that on board exceptionally carefully. But I think CoCab Stewart is once again quite right to point out, as she puts it, the brass neck of the Scottish Conservatives bringing such a question to Parliament on a day when they're actually introducing anti-trade union legislation.
Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The last pay offer sent to teaching unions was quite literally at the last minute. Yet that offer had sat on the desk of the Cabinet Secretary for 3.5 weeks. That was 7 weeks ago. With schools closed across the country and many more days of strikes to come, when will the Cabinet Secretary sanction a new offer?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I would go back to the point where I've already stated that the Government has a fixed budget that's already allocated and has been eroded by inflation. So while it is quite easy for Mr Mara to stand up in the chamber and simply suggest the Government should come up with a new offer, he needs to understand the implications of that and the fact that the money would have to be found elsewhere in the education budget to be able to deal with that. So when people are demanding that the Government sort it and simply put a new offer on the table, then they have to understand and realise and take some responsibility for the implications that that will have. But as I've said before, there are constructive talks that have been happening over the past few days. I look forward for those to continuing over the weeks ahead, and look forward to the further discussions I will be having with trade union colleagues and with COSLA to see if this dispute can be brought to resolution as speedily as possible, because this is not in the best interest of Scotland's children and young people.
Willie Rennie.
The Cabinet Secretary says she'll take no lessons today. The trouble is that no pupils in the whole of Scotland are getting any lessons today because of a strike that this Government cannot resolve. The Education Secretary does seem to be very chilled out and relaxed. Teachers are on strike, pupils are going without an education, but she is incredibly relaxed and taking no action to resolve the strike. I just want to follow up on what Michael Mara had just asked. Is the Cabinet Secretary saying there is going to be no new offer to teachers?
Cabinet Secretary.
What I have said, and what I will say once again, is that there are constructive talks ongoing and we are open to considering options that will resolve the dispute, looking at the scope to see where there is compromise. There will have to be compromise, not just from the Scottish Government, but from all resolved in this dispute. So we will, of course, look very carefully to see what can be done. And we will, of course, leave no stone unturned to try and do that as quickly as possible. No one wants to see strike action in our schools, and I appreciate that also includes our teachers. But the stark financial reality that the Government is in does make that exceptionally difficult. But we will continue to do everything we can to bring this to a speedy resolution with COSLA and with colleagues in the trade unions.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement. Point of order, Sandesh Gill.
Presiding Officer, the First Minister held a press conference yesterday where all the substantive plans have been discussed. Given that my amendment did not pass to extend the time of this statement, I ask that we move straight to questions to allow greater scrutiny, allowing the few details to be discussed in the Cabinet Secretary's responses.
Thank you. I am aware that the First Minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care and the Deputy Chief Medical Officer provided a public media briefing on NHS winter pressures yesterday. There is sufficient additional detail in this afternoon's statement and I will allow it to be delivered. I continue to pay close attention to these matters and of course I'm determined to ensure that the Parliament's position is respected. The next item of business is a statement by Humza Yousaf on NHS winter pressures. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of his statement and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Humza Yousaf up to 20 minutes, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I wish to update the Parliament on the extraordinary pressures facing our National Health Service this winter and the measures that the Scottish Government is taking to address them. Let me begin by stating a simple fact, that this is the single most challenging winter that the NHS in Scotland has ever faced. Our NHS its committed workforce is facing a perfect storm of intense pressures, which are leading to extreme difficulty, disruption and delays right across the service. This especially challenging time for the NHS will continue, we suspect, for the coming weeks. And as I've said previously, the full recovery of our NHS is not something that will take weeks nor months, but it will take years. Presiding Officer, let me once again take this opportunity to thank our incredible NHS and social care staff for continuing to provide exceptional care under what is the most difficult of circumstances. Our entire health and social care system is facing the continuing impacts of the pandemic, the biggest challenge our NHS has faced in its 74-year existence. COVID remains a pressure on our health system, with most recent statistics showing COVID cases are now at their highest levels since the summer. In the week ending the 1st of January, there were over 1,200 patients in hospital with COVID-19, a 15% increase from the week ending on Christmas Day, and double the number of patients from 4 weeks ago when there were over 600 COVID patients. Recent flu admissions were also around 3 times higher than emergency admissions due to COVID, and there have been rising cases of strep A and other respiratory viruses. Challenges around delayed discharge of patients also continues to have an impact in driving up A&E waiting times, and overall pressures on the health system are significant. Last week, latest management information showed that hospital bed occupancy across Scotland was over 95%. Some sense of the intense pressure being felt can also be seen in the almost 100,000 calls to NHS 24 over the 2 4-day breaks of the festive period, the highest festive period demand for over a decade. Traffic to the NHS Inform website and the symptom checkers in December was at its highest level ever, with 12.7 million page views. The impact on the ambulance service has also been significant. It dealt with over 16,000 emergency incidents last week, 11% more than the average of the previous 4 weeks. Whilst this highlights the significant levels of demand we face, it also profiles the innovative ways we're seeking to tackle this issue, providing effective triage and supporting hospitals and social care settings. But the challenge is significant. These seasonal pressures come against the backdrop of the UK Government's mishandling of both Brexit and the nation's finances, with such dire consequences for Scotland's social care sector in particular. Whilst fully acknowledging the multiple difficulties we are facing, this Government is determined to continue taking action to alleviate some of the pressure in our NHS and social care. I'm convinced that we should pursue a whole systems approach to tackling these issues and to support from all parts of the Government the NHS and social care through the critical coming months. On last Friday, the First Minister chaired a meeting of the Scottish Government's Resilience Room SCORE to determine the next steps in addressing the unprecedented pressures across the NHS. As well as ministers, the meeting was attended by senior representatives from COSLA, the NHS, Integrated Joint Boards and the Scottish Ambulance Service. It reviewed the number of measures being taken to alleviate pressures on the system. These include the use of flow navigation centres as part of the redesign of urgent care, the hospital at home service and ambulance service staff providing treatment where appropriate to help avoid hospital admission. Additional actions will now be rolled out across the health and social care system, and I can today outline a further course of action to unlock additional capacity to alleviate the pressure of delayed discharge on the system. Presiding Officer, as I have mentioned, delayed discharges and their impacts on patients continue to be a significant issue. It has not only been exacerbated by increases in staff absences due to self-isolation requirements and sickness, but the number of care home places has been impacted by care home closures too. There is no doubting that high inflation and high energy costs have significantly impacted a sector that was already facing multiple challenges. I know that teams across the country are working exceptionally hard to ensure people are receiving the right care in the right setting. However, the fact is that at present there are more than 1,700 people currently in hospital who do not need to be there for clinical reasons and whose interests are not best served by being there. because care packages that would allow them to be discharged home or to a care home are simply not in place. Presiding Officer, to this end, and as an additional and exceptional measure, COSLA and the Scottish Government have worked with partners across the care home sector to identify additional interim spaces within care homes to help provide additional pathways for people to be discharged from hospital in a timely and safe fashion. To support health and social care partnerships, secure the extra provision, we're making funding of £8 million available so beds can be purchased at an additional 25% above the National Care Home contract rate. We will work closely with partners across the NHS, health and social care partnerships and local authorities to ensure appropriate use of funds and evidence of the impact this funding has. This is an in extremis, time-limited measure that is required to help us with the current capacity issues that we face. The additional funding is intended to meet the increased costs of utilising these beds for a short period of time. With partners working collaboratively, we've managed to identify around 300 interim beds that are available. This is in addition to the 600 interim beds that are already helping patients in the system. This support is intended to be used as an additional tool that health and social care partnerships can deploy to support during the current situation and allowing additional flexibility to maximise capacity within our hospitals. We will work with partners to utilise every bed possible. These interim beds may not be a family's first or indeed second choice for their relative, but I hope families agree that in the current circumstances, this is about making the best possible choice for those in our care. This measure will only be in place for a limited period of time to directly support our hospitals to deal with pressures at the front door. However, it will enable some people to move from an acute setting to a more appropriate community one, recognising the risk of prolonged stays in hospital. In addition, to respond to winter pressures, a ministerial advisory group has been established now for a number of months. This group meets weekly. It brings together Cabinet Ministers, such as the Deputy First Minister, myself, Robertson, other Ministers, COSLA, key stakeholders such as Scottish Kerr, to advise on pressures within the system and look at possible actions to mitigate them. This week, further guidance has been issued to boards, making it absolutely clear that they can and should take steps to protect critical and life-saving care if that is judged to be necessary. Boards can, of course, ask government for advice as and when that is required. We believe that local health boards are best placed to judge what reasonable measures should be taken in each local health board area. These measures could include, among others, opening or procuring additional capacity, moving staff to areas of pressure, increased engagement with the third sector, or potentially delivering a different model of care for a short period of time. In my role as Health Secretary, I do, of course, retain the emergency powers and ability to direct that are set out in the NHS Scotland Act 1978. I'm well aware that more severe measures, such as blanket pause of elective procedures or key diagnostic tests, are not without impact on the health service and indeed on patients. So I believe it is important at this time that we ensure that NHS boards have the ability to respond flexibly to local circumstances and to deploy local solutions. Advice has also recently been issued to local leaders that provides clear guidance on the expectations around assessment and discharge practice and around care home oversight arrangements. We're also seeing record numbers of patients delayed under the Adults with Incapacity legislation. These are patients who, although clinically ready for discharge, cannot be legally discharged without a court-appointed guardian being in place. Officials have been working with the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service and the Law Society of Scotland to investigate where improvements can be made to ensure that people are able to be discharged in a timely manner. I've also met with both the Mental Welfare Commission and the ECHR this winter in regards to matters that are affecting adults with incapacity. While some of the measures I have just announced are to help in the short term with the immediate pressures we're facing, we are, of course, also putting in place the long-term steps that are necessary and needed to address social care challenges that we face. We have invested significant additional funding to support social care. And this includes, for the current financial year, £124 million to enhance care at home capacity, £200 million to increase the hourly rate of pay to £10.50, £20 million to support interim care arrangements, and £40 million to enhance the multidisciplinary teams. A further £3.6 million of funding has been made available in the 22-23 budget to support the further development of hospital at home across Scotland. Presiding Officer, it's clear that our accident and emergency services in Scotland are being impacted severely by the winter pressures. The situation is, of course, not unique to Scotland. Indeed, Scotland's A&E services continue to outperform those in other parts of the UK, and they have done for the last 7 years. But that is, of course, cold comfort for those who are waiting far too long for treatment. Scotland already has record numbers of NHS staff, and we're recruiting more staff as part of our winter plan. However, it's very clear that far too many people are waiting far too long for care, whether that's for an ambulance response or waiting too long for treatment when they attend our A&E departments. So we've taken action to improve A&E waits, including plans to recruit 1,000 new NHS staff and roll out of the £50 million urgent and unscheduled care collaborative to help drive down these waits. These measures include initiatives such as hospital at home, ensuring people are directed to the most appropriate urgent care settings, and scheduling urgent appointments to avoid long waits in A&E. We've also increased the amount of virtual capacity hospital-level care provided at home to the size of a large teaching hospital. Presiding Officer, we will also bolster workforce capacity within NHS 24. NHS 24 is an incredibly effective service, and through the expert advice offered, the overwhelming majority of those who call NHS 24 do not need onward transfer to already busy A&E departments. This winter, NHS 24 is taking forward planned recruitment of around 200 new starts before the end of March. As part of this recruitment, the Board has appointed over 40 whole-time equivalents, call operators, call handlers and clinical supervisors in the run-up to Christmas. While call wait times for NHS 24 were often longer than usual over the festive period, the vast majority of calls received were dealt with through their initial contact. Despite the pressure I have outlined, we are seeing progress in some key areas across the system. For example, excluding NHS Lothian, the latest figures show that despite continuing pressures, almost 19,500 operations were performed in November 2022. This was almost 21% higher than November 2021, when over 16,000 operations took place. This also marks the highest proportion of planned operations performed since the start of the pandemic, with over 91% of planned operations performed. So that is progress in relation to our elective care. We are offering more support outside of hospital settings to assist people seeking help with common winter illnesses. NHS Inform has self-help guides to help to let everybody know when to stay at home and when to seek more care. GPs and pharmacies can also be contacted as a first port of call for non-critical, non-emergency care. And I would like to add a reminder for all of us that if you have symptoms of a respiratory infection, try to stay home and avoid contact with other people. If you do need to leave home, we strongly recommend that you wear a face covering. Presiding Officer, I understand that the NHS is built on the people that work in it, who have had to work through incredibly challenging circumstances for years. The pressure of the pandemic, almost 3 years of a pandemic, has been relentless. I will always be available to talk to our committed workforce who provide incredible care for the people of Scotland day in and day out. I'm grateful to Unison Unite and other trade union members who have accepted this government's record pay offer for NHS staff. In fact, the majority of trade unions on STAC, the Agenda for Change Pay Negotiating Committee, have accepted our pay deal. And while I'm naturally disappointed that we haven't got agreement from every trade union, I'm also grateful for the positive engagement with the GMB, the Royal College of Midwives and the Royal College of Nurses that has taken place. I'll continue to pursue meaningful dialogue with all trade unions to try to invert industrial action. We sincerely hope the additional pressure of industrial action can be avoided at this very, very challenging time for the health service. For my part, I remain absolutely committed to dialogue and positively engaging with our trade unions. Presiding Officer, as I have outlined, unprecedented challenges continue to have a real impact on the NHS and on people right across this country. Whilst we face an extremely difficult period ahead, I remain confident that with the combined effort of our incredible workforce and the determined will, certainly of this government, these challenges will be met. Not only will they be met, but they will be overcome. Presiding Officer, let me end where I started, by thanking our outstanding health and social care staff for their Herculean efforts during these extremely challenging times. We will continue to honour them, not just with warm words, but through our deeds too. Thank you for the ability and the time to make this statement. Of course, I'm happy to take questions from across the chamber.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 40 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. And I'd be grateful if members who wish to ask a question were to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call on Sandesh Gulhani.
Presiding Officer, under the Cabinet Secretary's watch, the Scottish NHS is on its knees. A&E waiting times, cancer waiting times and delayed discharge are all at their worst ever level, with no improvement in sight. And whilst record number of patients were waiting over 12 hours in A&E, where was the Health Secretary? We heard nothing from Humza Yousaf over the festive period, only for this hastily cobbled together statement today, before another divisive debate on independence, which is timetabled to last longer than this statement on healthcare. This is a national emergency. People are dying unnecessarily. Our heroic NHS staff are overwhelmed and are burning out. The crisis in our NHS should be a priority for this Parliament, because it is a priority for the people of Scotland, and they will be appalled today. I simply cannot fathom why the Cabinet Secretary did not plan for, in his words, the worst ever winter our NHS faces. COVID, flu, cold, accidents all increasing. This is predictable. For months we've been calling on Humza Yousaf to rethink his failing NHS recovery plan. And just last month we published a recovery plan of our own. But our warnings fell on deaf ears, and the Scottish people are now paying the price for the complete lack of preparation. The BMA have said that the Scottish Government have run out of ideas. I was out there seeing patients over the festive periods in different parts of the country, and the problems are similar everywhere. Primary care overwhelmed, secondary care, hospitals overwhelmed, patients scared of going to A&E. We need to see improvements, and we need to see them urgently. In terms of the changes that were announced yesterday, I would like to know when we can expect to see real, meaningful change in our NHS. Improvements to A&E waiting times, delayed discharge numbers, cancer waiting times. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm the timescales in which he expects to see significant improvements?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank the member for the question? Look, these are issues that are facing every single health service across the UK. Dr Sandesh Gulhani asked me, where was I? Well, I was busy in the festive period talking to our trade union colleagues. If his party, of course, did the same, they may not have nurses and ambulance drivers walking out on strike. In terms of his questions around planning, I noticed that the Conservatives published a winter plan. They published it in mid-December. That is not particularly helpful nor useful, because the winter planning that we undertook, of course, took place after the last winter had passed. So what I would say to Conservative members when it comes to planning, of course, if Dr Sandesh Gulhani was the oracle he claims to be and could have predicted every single one of the pressures the NHS is facing, he might have wanted to tell his colleagues down south, because this, of course, are pressures. These are pressures that are being faced by every single health service, not just in the UK, but many right across the world. So what are we doing about it? Well, there's a number of actions that we have taken, not just the actions that I've announced today, but I have already announced the recruitment of additional staff. In fact, we recruited staff last winter with recurring funding to help with pressures this winter. We have also, of course, increased our funding, additional funding for the Scottish Ambulance Service, and in 2021-2022 the Ambulance Service recruited record numbers of ambulance staff. Our winter plan, backed by £600 million of funding, I've already given details of how that's already helping in relation to social care. So we have taken action, but notwithstanding that, I've always been upfront, always been honest and publicly stated, even with those mitigations in place, this would be the most difficult winter our NHS ever faced. To answer the final question that Sandesh Gohani asks, I simply say that I expect, of course, with the action that we brought forward, that we will see improvement in the very short term. But equally, let me be upfront and be honest that as schools will return, as work returns, as people mingle at work, that we will, there may well be the possibility that we see a slight increase in some of those viral infections spreading. So we expect that the first couple of weeks, few weeks of January, to be extremely challenging. So there will continue to be challenges, but with the action that I've announced, both in terms of interim care beds, but also the NHS 24 additional staffing, I hope that we'll see in the short term some improvement to those pressures.
Jackie Baillie.
The Health Secretary is keen to tell us that this winter the NHS is under unprecedented pressure, and he cites COVID, flu and Strep A. Let me join with him in thanking all NHS staff for everything that they are doing, but they will tell you that this crisis is not unprecedented. It was predicted by clinicians, and in fact fewer patients are being seen in A&E now than before the pandemic. What is unprecedented is that the Health Secretary has been warned about this crisis by clinicians for well over a year, and he's failed to listen and to act on solutions. What is unprecedented is that this government failed to end delayed discharge, something they promised to do in 2015, and 8 years on, it's at record high levels. Dr Ian Kennedy of the BMA is clear that the current crisis at the front door of A&E is because the back door of social care has not been fixed. What is unprecedented is that this government has presided over inadequate workforce planning for the last 15 years, so that we now have 6,400 nursing vacancies, and in some areas 14% of consultant posts lie empty. So let me ask the Health Secretary about the 1,000 additional staff. How many are actually in post, and where are they deployed? Let me also ask him about the extra 300 beds, which will help, I'm sure, but when the latest data reveals a record high of over 1,900 people stuck in hospitals, what impact will that have? And will he give a commitment to removing non-residential care charges and supporting home and family carers, as this will directly contribute to helping to end delayed discharge? And finally, why is the First Minister not here giving the statement as she did yesterday, and has instead sent along her spare?
Cabinet Secretary.
I do of course notice that Jackie Baillie is here, not Anna Sarwar, the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, asking the question. But I'm not going to personally insult Jackie Baillie, because at a time of national emergency, the people rightly expect our political leaders to rise above their petty political differences and work together in this national interest. Let me respond. Jackie Baillie and her colleagues can shout from a sedentary position, but I think it's important that I answer their questions on delayed discharge. Let me say, as I have said to Sandesh Gohani, that I expect there to be improvement once, of course, we begin to move people from acute sites into these interim beds. So we expect that to be in the short term, and hopefully as we begin to see the levels of flu and COVID abate and reduce, then hopefully that will begin to see an improvement in our health service and in the performance indicators that she references. Look, we have a very proud record. I'm proud myself to stand on in relation to staffing of the NHS over the course of the last 15 years. We have staffing in the NHS at record levels, but Jackie Baillie is right to mention the high levels of vacancies which we are keen to fill. That's why I announced last year additional funding for nurses to recruit nurses from overseas. That was 200 nurses that we committed to last year. I can hear Jackie Baillie shouting from a sedentary position. I'm literally answering your question. as you are talking. So 200, we promised to recruit 200 nurses last winter. That funding was recurring. We exceeded that. And for this winter, we have said up until April, we will recruit an additional 750 nurses. I believe there's been 126 firm offers, with 455 is, in the pipeline, is what boards expect to fulfil. Now, that is all the way up until April, and I will give a further update as we get towards the end of this financial year. And I'll continue to push boards to go further in terms of the recruitment where they possibly can. On her suggestion about non-residential charges, that is a promise, a programme for a government commitment from us to do so in terms of the abolition of non-residential charges. So I'll continue to work within our portfolio to see when we can do that at the earliest possible opportunity.
I call Gillian Martin to be followed by Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My question to the Cabinet Secretary is in relation to the amount of people that are suffering from flu and COVID, not just in our hospitals but in our communities. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what action the Government can take to increase the take-up of the COVID booster and the flu vaccine?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say that Gillian Martin is absolutely right to focus on the issue of vaccination. We know that the vaccination for COVID in particular is a complete game changer, and we know that the flu vaccine can also be effective as well. We have taken a decision in Scotland to co-administer both COVID and flu vaccines. The uptake has been very positive, but if I was to give any encouragement, it would be to all of those who are eligible who have not come forward. And I would say, looking at the statistics, looking at the numbers and the data we have in front of us, that the uptake levels for health and social care workers are not as high as I would like it to be. So if you are a frontline health and social care worker and you haven't had the COVID or flu vaccine, please do come forward. It will help to protect you and hopefully protect those that you give exceptional care to as well.
Sue Webber to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you, and I'd like to put on record a thanks to the UK Government for the COVID vaccination programme. Cabinet Secretary, over the Christmas break, I was inundated with correspondence about the crisis in our Scottish NHS, and the latest statistics seem to reflect a situation that is now spiralling out of control. Last week, just 2 in 5 patients were seen within 4 hours at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, despite weekly attendance being lower than it was in the same week in 2020, before the pandemic. So that should be 2019, before the pandemic. Let me put the current situation in the words of Dr David Caesar, as Senior Emergency Medicine Consultant at the Royal Infirmary. Dr Caesar said that dignity feels like a distant luxury, and the fatigue amongst clinicians is bone deep, with staff dejected and in total despair. In your answer, Cabinet Secretary, perhaps you could speak to Dr Caesar and not me. What is the one practical thing that you will do today that will help him and his colleagues tomorrow?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks, Sue Webber, for the question. I, of course, know Dr Dave Caesar used to be one of our Deputy Chief Medical Officers here in the Government. I'm grateful for the work he's done, and I read his piece, I think it was in the Times, but I read his public comments that he has made. What I would say to Sue Webber, before I answer her question directly, is that she's right. Attendances were lower, but what that masks, of course, is that any clinician on the front line will tell you is that people are presenting with higher acuity, they're presenting sicker, and therefore the length of stay is longer. And that is currently the challenge that we're facing, as well as the exit block, the lack of capacity within already very busy hospital sites. What can we do to help the likes of Dr Dave Caesar and every other health and social care worker who's doing an exceptional job? Well, what we can do is reduce that workload pressure. That is why the additional funding for those 300 interim beds that we have identified and will look to utilise as quickly as we possibly can will hopefully begin to reduce that workload pressure. What we can continue to do is make sure that Dr David Caesar and NHS staff are properly rewarded. That's why we put forward a record pay rise for Agenda for Change staff, and we'll make sure that our do what we can to retain our doctors and other staff as well, to make sure they're appropriately rewarded and remunerated.
Emma Harper to be followed by Paul O'Kane.
I welcome that the Scottish Government's Resilience Room has been convened or reconvened, given the level of pressures our NHS and care services are facing, and I'm pleased that I played a wee part in suggesting it. The First Minister's briefing yesterday, just like the briefings during COVID, were incredibly useful and helpful. Will the Scottish Government continue to keep this Parliament and the public regularly updated of the work being taken forward to help address the pressures on our health and care services?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I'm happy to. I'm happy to do media briefings, and the First Minister and I will reflect on whether to do another media briefing, and of course happy at any point to come to this chamber to answer questions on this issue and keep Parliament updated. I do think there is something important that we should have the ability to speak directly to the public. That public health messaging, I think, is incredibly important, and she may have seen throughout the festive period, I was reiterating some of that health messaging. The First Minister was, the likes of the National Clinical Director, Jason Leach, doing so. So I think all of us have actually got a role to play to communicate not just with our constituents, but with the public more widely.
Paul O'Kane, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In relation to the additional beds announced, unpaid carers have raised concerns about the potential of loved ones being parked, their words, in care homes, perhaps against their wishes as they wait for care assessments. There are serious concerns for people's well-being. So how will the Cabinet Secretary increase capacity to ensure people are appropriately assessed and not abandoned in a setting which may be inappropriate and unwelcomed, particularly with reports this week that social workers in Scotland missed more than 30,000 workdays due to mental health? And does he accept that all of this comes back to retaining and recruiting more social care staff by valuing them and ensure they are offered more than this government's insulting rise of 40 pence?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Paul O'Kane for certainly the important questions that he asked. I may disagree with some of the characterisation about it, and I'll come to that in a second, but they are incredibly important questions. These are difficult conversations to have, but what I would say is that, of course, our clinicians who have these conversations day in and day out do so compassionately, but also collaboratively with families. But I was being upfront in my statement that an interim placement may not be a family's first or second choice, but equally remaining within a hospital when you are clinically safe to be discharged at a hospital that may be at 95, 99, above 100% capacity, that cannot be good for the individual involved, let alone for the hospital involved. So can we work, always clinicians will try to work with families to ensure that the most suitable care placement is available for them. And it may be the case that in some of these placements, it may be that people are placed there and the assessment takes place within the interim care placement, and then they're moved on to a permanent either care home place or indeed get the package of care that they require at home. But being in hospital when you are clinically safe to be discharged is not the best choice for an individual, because of course we know that prolonged stays in hospital when you're clinically safe to discharge is not best for the patients involved. On social care staff, Paul O'Kane and I rehearsed this at committee this morning. Obviously our 23-24 budget has an uplift of £10.90. That is the third pay rise in the time that I've been Cabinet Secretary for Health from 2020 to 2021. That represents, on a full-time wage, more than £2,000 of an increase over a year. What I would say to Paul O'Kane is, and I'll correct this if I'm wrong, of course, the £10.90, the real living wage, is also the same wage uplift that's being offered by Labour in Wales, where they are in charge of the health service too.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A recent report by the Nuffield Trust has warned that Britain's departure from the EU has worsened recruitment shortages, made accessing essential medicines more difficult and further exacerbated health inequalities. Does the Minister share my concerns that the economic hit of a hard Tory Brexit is fuelling the severe challenges that the NHS in Scotland is currently facing?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, there's just no doubt about it. And you talk to any social care provider and they will tell you the damage that Brexit has caused. Look, social care has been hit by a number of real difficult challenges over the year. A hard Tory Brexit is certainly one of them, the pandemic being the other. But the most recent concern that social care providers, whether they are social care providers, care home providers or care at home providers, they tell me is the high costs of inflation, which is a direct result, of course, of the UK government's mismanagement of the economy. And that has led to care home energy costs being exceptionally high. We know fuel costs being exceptionally high for care at home providers as well. So I'm in constant dialogue with the care sector here in Scotland, but also have some regular conversations with other health ministers across the four nations, and I'll continue to implore the UK Government to do what they can in relation to migration, because we know there's more that can be done to help our social care and NHS staff in relation to overseas recruitment, but also to see what more they can do in relation to mitigation against high energy and high inflation costs.
There is much interest in this item, and I would be grateful for concise questions and responses, and I call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. It's now more than a year since I first asked the Cabinet Secretary to instruct an urgent government inquiry into unavoidable deaths caused by the crisis in emergency care. We now understand the quantum of that, with the Royal College of Emergency Medicine telling us over the Christmas period that as many as 40 people a week may be dying who didn't need to die as a result of this crisis in emergency care. So can I ask him again, will he now instruct that urgent government inquiry into those avoidable deaths?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm not disputing RCEM, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine's underlying premise. I don't think any of us would, that if patients are waiting excessively long periods for care, then they will come to harm. What I think we'd have to say is that each individual death would have to be individually examined to understand the true scale of that. Now, while I won't instruct a kind of public inquiry into every single death that may have happened as a result of long waits, I will take some time to consider what Alex Cole-Hamilton has said, so that we can truly understand the true picture of those that have come to harm due to excessively long waits.
John Mason, to be followed by Craig Hoy.
Thank you. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that this year, in the current year, all financial resources are actually allocated? So to put any more resources into part of the NHS or the NHS as a whole, there would have to be a balancing cut elsewhere.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I don't know if I made this clear or not in my statement, but the £8 million that we're putting towards the 300 interim care beds is coming from the health and social care portfolio. So every penny is allocated. This is not additional finance coming from central finance. So we would have to, and we have to find that money from within the health and social care budget, which, as John Mason and other members know, is extremely challenging given the financial circumstances we're currently under.
Craig Hoy, to be followed by Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Delayed discharge predates the pandemic. Severe workforce pressures predate the pandemic. And long A&E waits predate the pandemic. This Minister has been warned of these problems for years, and he has chosen to ignore those warnings. So now that the First Minister is doing his job, shouldn't he do the decent thing and resign?
Cabinet Secretary.
Again, I'll not rise to the pathetic, personal, petty attacks, but what I would say to Craig Hoy...
Thank you.
What I would say to Craig Hoy is that when our country is facing a national emergency, when they are facing one of the biggest challenges I think the NHS has ever faced in its 74-year existence, the best Craig Hoy can come up with is a quip that he's practised in the mirror before coming down to this chamber. And what I would say to him is this government is focused, and I am focused, on taking action, whether that's the recruitment of additional staff, whether that's the recruitment of additional ambulance staff, whether that's £600 million that we are putting forward to help with this winter and to cope with the winter pressures. That is the action that this government and I will take. So I'll leave the flimsy, pathetic party politicking from Craig Hoy. I'll allow him to do that, while this government's relentless focus will be to support our NHS, the people that receive care, and the wonderful workforce that give that exceptional care.
Fulton McGregor, to be followed by Monica Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Like I'm sure many others here, my inbox over the last few weeks has been full with constituents concerned about long waiting times at A&E, primarily at Monklands for my area, with some reporting waits of up to 10 hours. I've also had many contacts from local NHS staff who I know have been working round the clock, and I also want to offer my heartfelt thanks to them. I do welcome the statement from the Cabinet Secretary today, and I wonder therefore if I can ask him, in light of these circumstances and pressures faced at Monklands A&E, how the additional support he has outlined today can help NHS Lanarkshire specifically avoid these pressures?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I thank Fulton McGregor for a very important question. He's right. I mean, Lanarkshire is one of the health boards that is facing that pressure most acutely, and I've been to many sites, as you'd imagine, in Lanarkshire myself and spoken to the new Chief Executive who has been in place since December about those pressures. So we are interacting, and I am personally interacting quite closely, as you'd imagine, with NHS Lanarkshire. In my most recent visit to NHS Lanarkshire, and I was in an A&E department in Wishaw, it was very, very clear to me that delayed discharge was causing some significant issues. I was talking to one patient who'd been waiting far too long for treatment in A&E, precisely because there was not a bed available. So these 300 interim beds, of course, many of them, or a portion of them, I should say, will be in both North and South Lanarkshire. I have to commend Lanarkshire. They do have a very good collaborative pan-Lanarkshire way of working. When I speak to the chief officers of both North and South Lanarkshire, the local authorities in both, the chief executives of both North Lanarkshire and South Lanarkshire Council, and indeed the Health Board, it's very clear to me there's good collaborative working on the ground, and I would encourage Lanarkshire to continue to do so.
Monica Lennon, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Make no mistake, this is a humanitarian emergency. It is costing lives and it is damaging the well-being of NHS and social care workers. NHS Lanarkshire has just been mentioned. That is a crisis within this crisis. The Code Black nightmare, which began in 2021, continues today in 2023. So constituents in Lanarkshire want to know when that will end. I have two short questions for now. One is, again, in Lanarkshire. We need more doctors in out of hours and across primary care. Can the Cabinet Secretary update on that? And as well as the immediate action we need long-term solutions. So will he agree with the BMA and others to facilitate a national conversation on the future and survival of the NHS?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say briefly to Monica Lennon, of course, working out of hours is one of the key areas that NHS Lanarkshire and new Chief Executive and I spoke about when we last met, and she may have seen from NHS Lanarkshire that GPs' practices in Lanarkshire will be open additional days on the weekends as well, and that's something that I welcome. I should say there are standing directions to every single health board to work with their GP practices in their health board area to see what more they can do around extending opening hours. And I know that many GP practices, and I'm very grateful to our GPs and the staff within, the multidisciplinary teams within, who are working those additional hours, whether it's evenings or whether it's weekends, to help to cope with some of the work, some of the demand that they're facing. In terms of the second question that Monica Lennon asks, I gave an indication over the weekend doing some media interviews that I'm open to the idea of a national conversation, a conversation with the public around the health service. That must be grounded, I think Monica Lennon would agree with this, that must be grounded in the founding principles of the NHS, and I think most members of this Parliament, maybe not every member, but most members in this Parliament would certainly agree with that premise, and I think the idea of a national conversation is a good one. Let's just make sure we're doing it in such a way and at such a time that it doesn't add pressure and work onto a system that is already facing significant pressure. And I'm happy to keep Monica Lennon updated on those conversations.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Gillian Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what actions are being taken to ensure health boards retain the ability to respond to local circumstances and alleviate some of the unique pressures they may be currently facing?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I hopefully gave an indication of this in my statement. There has been some calls for example, the government to declare a kind of national major incident, but I do think that it is right that local health boards retain that decision-making at a local level and determine how to best flex their services in order to cope with that demand that they're facing. So I'll continue to give that flexibility to local health boards, but the government at a national level, whether it's myself, whether it's the Chief Executive of the NHS, Caroline Lamb, the Chief Operating Officer, John Burns, we will always remain close to our NHS boards to offer advice and support where appropriate.
Gillian Mackay, to be followed by CoCab Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware of my keen interest in staff welfare. Time away from wards is the biggest barrier cited for staff to access breaks. For them to be able to do this, we need more staff, and Brexit has undoubtedly been a factor. I welcome everything the Cabinet Secretary has said so far about recruitment, but further to the answer to Rona Mackay's question, what conversations has the Cabinet Secretary had with the Home Office and UK Government Ministers about fast-track visas for those coming to work in the Scottish NHS? And if these conversations have not yet taken place, will he ask for a meeting as a matter of urgency on this?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I have raised it previously with UK Government, and in fairness, it wasn't just raised by myself, it was raised by the Welsh Health Secretary at the time as well, and she's very supportive, I know, of continuing those discussions with the UK Government to try to get them to see sense when it comes to the very prohibitive and restrictive immigration rules that we currently have. And I genuinely don't understand it, because I know there are many NHS trusts in England who are facing the same challenges from a social care perspective as well as an NHS perspective too. So I think Gillian Mackay makes a good suggestion. In my next Four Nations meeting, I will ask that the issue of immigration and immigration rules in particular are back on the agenda.
Co-Cab Stewart, to be followed by Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Given the additional pressure that COVID and seasonal flu are responsible for in both primary and acute care sectors, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether medical opinion indicates that it would be a valuable step to extend eligibility for the vaccination booster programme from all adults aged 50 years and over to include adults under 50 years old?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think it's a very good question from Co-Cab Stewart. What I would say to Co-Cab Stewart is that the eligibility for any COVID booster programme, any future COVID programme, vaccination programme, is always led by or informed by advice from JCVI. We haven't departed from that JCVI advice in any significant way previously. So we'll continue those discussions with the JCVI, but I think it is important that we take that informed expert advice from the Joint Council for Vaccinations and Immunisation and then come to a decision based on the circumstances at the time.
Sharon Dowie, to be followed by Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, 1 in 10 patients arriving at hospitals by ambulance in the final week of December waited over 3 hours to be offloaded into A&E departments. I also had one constituent who called 999 and waited for 12.5 hours for an ambulance crew to arrive. What steps is the Cabinet Secretary taking to ensure that ambulances can get back onto the road as soon as possible? And what steps is he taking to ensure that call handlers have the training they need and are able to prioritise calls as they come in?
Cabinet Secretary.
That's a very important question from Sharon Dowie, and she's right. The ambulance turnaround times have been far too long in far too many acute sites, and particularly I think Sharon Dowie has an interest in Ayr Hospital and Crosshouse Hospitals, and in those two sites in particular, our hospital turnaround times have been far too long. So we're working closely with the board in Ayrshire and Arran, as she would expect us to do, in order to try to improve the situation. But she knows, I think she's very well aware that the entire system is connected, and that's why I said in my statement that we're taking a whole systems approach. So if we can create some capacity by safely discharging 300 people within the current system who are clinically safe to discharge, get them out of busy acute sites, that of course helps with the flow in our hospitals, and that will allow ambulances to be able to convey to the acute site much quicker and get back out into the road, and that shortens the response times. Because I agree with her, the type of response times that she's just referenced are not the standard of care that we'd expect. So the measures I've announced today directly will help to impact with those turnaround times. We're also working with the sites and with health boards such as Ayrshire and Arran, where those turnaround times are far too high, to see if there's other conveyancing areas that can be created, accepting that there is limited capacity within acute sites, but is there any additional space that can be found to convey and then allowing hospitals to quickly turn around and get back out into the road?
Bob Doris, to be followed by Faisal Chowdhury.
Presiding Officer, I was contacted by a constituent regarding a recent call to NHS 24, which went unanswered and they were cut off after a 2-hour wait. I am sure the Cabinet Secretary agrees this should not happen. In such circumstances, patients are likely to attend A&E, for instance, where they might not always be required to put additional pressures on service. Can I therefore ask, as a result of recent increased demand to NHS 24, what provisions are being put in place for future surge capacity to adequately handle calls to ensure people can make use of the service instead of accessing other parts of the NHS, including hospitals?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Bob Doris for an important question. I should say, and I was at NHS 24, I went to speak to staff and meet with staff on Christmas Eve. So I was there when pressure was at one of its highest possible times and moments. In fact, I went at 10 in the morning, if memory serves me correct, and there was already 900 people waiting in terms of for the call to be answered. So I hope Bob Doris understands and appreciates, I think he does, the exceptional pressure over the festive period. In fact, I made reference to the almost 100,000 calls that NHS 24 received over the 2 4-day weekends or holiday periods. And that's just a demonstration of a high level of demand. So NHS 24 did expect high levels of demand. They increased their staff. I referenced some of that increase of staffing between October and December. But even with that in place, there were still challenges for some people getting through. It's why I've made reference to the additional staff, 200 over the course of the winter, that NHS 24 will help. Will recruit, and that will help with call answering times. What I would also say to Bob Doris and to anybody listening is that there is the NHS 24 app. It's a minimum viable product. It's got its kind of self-help guides on it. It's got information about your local GP practice, your local pharmacy, and so on and so forth. And we'll keep building upon that app so that it's a full digital offer in the weeks, months and years to come. And I would also point people towards NHS Inform as well.
Faisal Chowdhury, to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Constituents in Lothian region have struggled to get through to a call handler on NH24, causing distress and anxiety to those who are ill and don't know where to turn. As a result, constituents may be more likely to unnecessarily attend A&E to get medical attention, thereby increasing pressure on NHS service, which are already at breaking points this winter. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise what support will be given to constituents desperately trying to get help from NHS 24 before the recruitment of new starts is completed by March? Over 100 trained staff are being let go from the COVID National Contact Centre. Could this worker be reassigned to assist?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Faisal Chowdhury for his question and his suggestion. Obviously, as we have begun to reduce the numbers working in the National Contact Centre, we have looked to deploy as many as we possibly can back into the health service and some into social care as well. And what I would say to Faisal Chowdhury is that the 200 additional staff in NHS 24 that I've referenced, the recruitment began in October to help with the festive period as well. So we'll continue to recruit. That will help with constituents that he has who are struggling to get through to NHS 24. I've seen the latest data and we are seeing a reduction in the amount of time people are waiting for their call to be answered. So that is hopefully a positive sign for things to come. I would also say to people that as well as NHS 24, we have the app I've mentioned, we have NHS Inform, which has a symptom checker, which has been checked millions of times actually over the course of the festive, over the course of the last few months. We also have Pharmacy First and your GP, so there's many avenues you can go to before going to A&E, and I would encourage everybody to make sure they get the right care in the right place and the right time.
Murdo Fraser, to be followed by Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Both Bob Doris and Faisal Chowdhury have just raised the really important issue of the time it takes people to get through on NHS 24, and sometimes I've had examples of people waiting 2 hours and more to try and get the phone answered, which leads to additional problems. Of course, people still have other problems trying to access GP services for exactly the same reason, making call after call, day after day, trying to get an appointment, and not able to do that, and that just builds up problems for the future. So what specific action will the government take to increase the availability of GP appointments to try and avoid unwarranted, unnecessary presentations at A&E?
Cabinet Secretary.
This is a really important question from Murdo Fraser, and a really important issue that he raises. I think, first of all, it's worth saying, I think Murdo Fraser would agree with this, that our GPs and our GP staff are doing an incredible job in really difficult circumstances, and the workload pressure that is upon them is unprecedented as well. But at the same time, I recognise the situation that he articulates. Many members across this chamber from all of the political parties represented have written to me to tell me over the weeks, over the months, that they have constituents who have struggled to get GP appointments. That's why I announced a couple of measures, or a few measures. One, funding for telephony services, where GP practices can improve their telephony services to help with access issues. We will provide some. We have provided some funding. I've written to every GP practice to say that my expectation is that every GP practice should offer pre-bookable appointments, because we have the situation in still far too many GP practices where you have to phone up at 8 in the morning. You might not get through, you'll be 25th in the queue, and therefore people hang up and end up at A&E, as Murdo Fraser has said. So pre-bookable appointments could help with that. And the last thing I would say in this particular issue is that I've instructed a GP access group to be set up, which will have GPs on it, but also a patient representative, to unblock any of those GP access issues that currently exist. And I'm in regular dialogue with the BMA. He'll know Dr Andrew Buist, I suspect, fairly well, and in constant regular dialogue with the BMA about what more we can do to work collaboratively together to improve access to the GP practices. But let me make it clear, let me end that question where I started, that I understand just how hard our GPs and GP practice staff are working under unprecedented pressure.
Paul McLennan, to be followed by Brian Whittle.
Thank you. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the measures previously put in place?
Sorry, Mr McLennan, I'm taking a point of order from Mr Kerr. Thank you. Mr Kerr.
I'm mindful, Presiding Officer, that you had allocated 40 minutes. We're now at 39 minutes, and a number of colleagues, I'm sure, still want to ask questions, including people on these benches. Would you be minded, with the precedent of the Dr Gray's statement of last year, under Standing Order 8.14.3, to extend the time until all colleagues who have issues to raise with the Cabinet Secretary have the opportunity to do so?
I thank Mr Kerr for his point of order. While I am not minded to accept such a motion, I am determined that those who have pressed will have their questions taken. I go to Mr Paul McLennan.
Thank you. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the measures previously put in place to recruit additional staff from out with Scotland, and what progress has been made towards this?
Cabinet Secretary.
Let's just say, before answering that question, I'm happy to stay in the chamber for as long as necessary to answer these important questions. In terms of recruitment out with Scotland, I've already referenced, I think, in some of my answers, the efforts towards international recruitment. And we made these efforts in terms of international overseas nurses last winter with the recurring funding to help with this winter, and we exceeded our target of 200 nurses, and we've given further funding, as the member probably knows, that I announced in October, around about £8 million to support the recruitment of up to 750 nurses, midwives and AHPs. As I referenced in an answer to Jackie Bailey, around 126 firm offers have been accepted, and we expect many more in the pipeline towards April. And we're also continuing to ensure that we proactively encourage Scotland as a destination for particularly GPs from across the rest of the UK. I think Scotland's a very attractive place to work, particularly our remote, rural and island communities, so we have a proactive campaign underway to see if we can attract GPs from the rest of the UK to work here too.
Call Brian Whittle, to be followed by Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. 3:15 there, I just got a text from my GP surgery saying that they will only be providing emergency appointments, and that is a similar text I've been receiving since June the 13th, since I've been trying to access my own GP surgery. So we are in a real crisis. However, what I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary was, and I've said many times in this place, that the trajectory that the Scottish Government are taking the healthcare in Scotland is unsustainable, and that the Scottish Government are just managing the decline of our health service, and COVID has just accelerated that decline. Isn't it about time that the long-term sustainability of the Scottish National Health Service was mapped out, and we looked at the preventable health agenda, where we tackled Scotland's poor health record, where we are still the unhealthiest nation in Europe? And shouldn't we be looking to prevent the need to seek healthcare in the first place, or at the very least treat patients at an earlier stage before they become acute and require more intensive care? Cabinet Secretary, surely that is a significant way to reduce the pressure on our health service.
Cabinet Secretary.
I agree with everything that Brian Whittle has said in relation to the importance of the preventative agenda, and I spoke at length about this in committee when I appeared this morning. So our 23-24 budget continues that focus, that investment and funding towards the preventative agenda. I think he's right, there can be a temptation, and we will avoid this temptation of course, but there can be a temptation when you're dealing with unprecedented emergency situation in front of you to lose focus of the preventative. We won't do that. We'll continue focus on smoking cessation, on our work around alcohol and drugs treatment in relation to obesity and healthy and active lifestyle, something that I know is very important to Brian Whittle. So I can give him a very firm commitment that will continue our focus on the preventative while also dealing with the unprecedented pressures we're currently facing.
I call Carol Mochan to be followed by Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that AHPs have unique skills which help with discharge from hospital. They're essential to make this happen and return people home safely. This undoubtedly helps with pressures on acute beds. AHP services are currently under pressure with vacancies across the country. What discussions has the Government had to ensure that this increase in bed capacity also gives patients access to this essential group of staff?
Cabinet Secretary. I couldn't agree more with Carol Mochan about the importance of AHPs and a kind of multidisciplinary approach that's needed to be taken to provide people with holistic health care. It's why we've recruited over 3,220 members of those multidisciplinary teams, many of them working in general practice right up and down the country. Of course, we're investing in AHPs in our hospitals and our frailty teams, for example, to help reduce the length of time, particularly elderly people who have a fall come into hospital. So we'll certainly continue to work with all of the relevant bodies in relation to AHPs, but I want to place on record my thanks for the incredible work they do and the holistic care that they provide up and down the country.
Call Rachel Hamilton to be followed by Finlay Carson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Why did the Scottish Health Boards have to wait for days for this slothful SNP government to send a letter to allow them to move staff around to deal with the crisis, when on Friday Humza Yousaf knew that the BGH, the Borders General Hospital, were cancelling routine operations for my constituents? Presiding Officer, I'd like to know from the Health Secretary why the delay.
Okay, Rachel Hamilton's question betrays her ignorance of the health service and how the health service works, because there has never been a blockage on local health boards being able to take local decisions. In fact, she's just given an example of how a local health board took a decision to meet local demand. That has happened up and down the country far before I was Health Secretary. It's happened for many, many years and is the foundation principle of our National Health Board, National Health Service, that local health boards have the ability to locally flex the care they provide. What I simply did in my letter was just make sure that there was further guidance, particularly in these emergency type situations, should health boards require it. But I should say, and as Rachel Hamilton referenced in her question, this is already being done, and I'm very grateful to local health boards for taking really difficult decisions in a time of great emergency.
Finlay Carson to be followed by Willie Rennie.
The villages and communities of Port William and Whitton and Wigtonshire have been without adequate GP coverage for many months. With the closest A&E an hour's drive away and with 4-hour waits on NHS 24, there is massive pressure on the community pharmacy who are going above and beyond to look after the health concerns of locals. The pharmacist in Whitton is looking at an average of 83 pharmacy first a week of those 28 are pharmacy first plus. This is over and above the normal day job, and over the last few weeks it's been dramatically worse. This is far more than an average pharmacy would see over a month. This is undeniably a crisis which is putting people's lives at risk. Will the Cabinet Secretary consider intervening and deploying, as a matter of urgency, GPs to these two rural communities, which are undeniably areas with the greatest pressure, greatest needs and of greatest risk?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say I have regular conversations with our health boards, including Dumfries and Galloway, and also NHS borders, where we tend to see some pretty significant, and Grampian actually, significant pressures in relation to general practice and also in relation to community pharmacy. So I'll continue those conversations. What I will do on the back of Finlay Carson's question, I will ask both the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer to see what more can be done, particularly around general practice cover in the areas that Finlay Carson references.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
I'm interested in patient rights with regards to the interim beds. Can patients refuse to go to these interim beds in the care homes because they want to go home, but there isn't a care package for them to be able to go home? Will there be part or for weeks within these beds? Is the Cabinet Secretary confident that he can move them on quickly? And can he guarantee that these people won't be required to pay the fees for the care homes if they are self-funders?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say these are very important questions that Willie Rennie asks. So the choice guidelines are still in place. We've not suspended the choice guidelines. So choice guidelines still are there. They exist. Clinicians are very mindful of them. They have these conversations that I mentioned in a previous answer, day in and day out. So we are not going to be forcing people out. I simply said in my comments, and I hope Willie Rennie takes them in the spirit that they were intended, that an interim place might not be the first choice. It might not be even the second choice. But ultimately, being in a hospital that is over-occupied, facing the pressure that it's under, when you're clinically safe to be discharged, and that's crucial, these people are clinically safe to be discharged, is not best for the patient. It's not best that they are there. Can they be in an interim place in an environment? So to answer this question directly, the choice guidelines are still in place and haven't been suspended. I don't like the phrase that anybody's going to be parked. They're not. I mean, the care homes, whether it's an interim care home place or a permanent care home place, people working in social care, I think Willie Rennie agrees, provide exceptional care. So their care needs will be tended to as best as we possibly can. We are looking for this measure to be a very short-term interim measure, weeks, not months. We don't want people in those interim placements for months and months. We want them to be there for weeks. And I've got every confidence that chief officers who are excellent at their job, whether it's in Fife or whether it's in any other parts of the country, they do a phenomenal job of getting people the permanent care package that they require. And as very last question, no, there will be no cost to the individuals that are involved in relation to the interim care placements.
And Stephen Kerr.
The Cabinet Secretary will be well aware of why I might be concerned about the situation in Forth Valley Royal Hospital in the context of the measures that have been taken to reinforce the management and work practices at Forth Valley Health Board. And with that in mind, not having had a view of the statement in advance or having had a chance to read it, I've listened carefully to see whether there was something that was going to happen right here and now that was going to meet the need that's been identified by the chair of the BMA Scotland, who said, and I'll quote if I might, the NHS is hemorrhaging crucial staff who we urgently need now more than ever before, and the government must step up to stop it. They can talk as much as they want about recruitment of staff, of investment in systems or plans for improvement, but every single one will fall flat on its face unless there is laser-like focus on keeping the staff we have. That is what he said. So would the Cabinet Secretary please underline the one thing that is going to happen now that will reinforce the retention of these very valuable NHS workers?
Cabinet Secretary.
I can give them more than one in just a second. What I will say about Forth Valley Royal Hospital, I'm more than happy to have conversations with members who are interested. He will know that that improvement plan is in place, and I've committed to come back to this chamber to give an update on how the improvement plan is being enacted. So I commit to absolutely doing that. What I would say in terms of the actions we're taking, well, one of the actions we're taking that doctors have asked us about is the reintroduction of a REC scheme, a recycling of employers' contribution scheme. So we have done that, or given that ability to health boards, and that has gone live in health boards up and down, many health boards up and down the country at the end of last year. So that will help directly with retention. In fact, that was an ask from the BMA directly to me. The other ask, of course, is on other pension issues, and there's been some movement from the UK Government, but BMA say not enough, so we'll continue to lobby the UK Government in that respect. We'll also pay our workforce. I think that's really important. We'll pay them what, we will make sure that when we pay them adequately and fairly. We'll continue to engage with them. We've done that in the Scottish Government. We've put a record pay deal on offer for Agenda for Change staff, and we'll continue to work with the medical workforce as well to listen to them, particularly junior doctors who are feeling particularly aggrieved, and understandably so given the pressure they're under and given the pay differentials that exist between junior doctors and senior medical staff. So we'll continue to engage on pay. That will also, of course, help with retention as well.
Thank you. That concludes the Ministerial statement on NHS winter pressures. There will be a brief pause before we move on to the next statement.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Michael Matheson on Scotland's energy strategy and just transition plan. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of his statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Cabinet Secretary Michael Matheson. Up to 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to inform Parliament today that the Scottish Government is publishing its draft energy strategy and just transition plan. The draft strategy maps out the future of our energy sector and sets out an ambitious suite of actions for the Scottish Government, along with actions for industry, the regulator and the UK Government to realise that bright future over the next decade. We are at a pivotal point in Scotland's transition to net zero, and this strategy charts a clear course for the transformation of the energy sector, one of Scotland's most important industries, to 2030 and beyond. This transition must be achieved in a way that delivers for the people of Scotland to enable us to embrace the opportunities of a green economy. This is a time of unprecedented uncertainty in global and national energy markets. High energy prices are impacting people, communities and businesses across Scotland. These uncertainties bring even more impetus to the need to deliver a decarbonised, affordable and secure energy system. Scotland already has an enviable track record in renewables. The success of the ScotWind leasing round, the world's largest floating offshore leasing round, and our long-standing commitment to offshore wind are strong foundations on which to grow our renewable capabilities even further. Wind power is one of the lowest cost forms of electricity, and the Scottish Government is clear that this is where we should focus, reducing costs in the long term and addressing vulnerability to future energy cost crises. This strategy builds on that success with three overarching objectives. First, to significantly scale up renewable energy production, helping to secure a just transition away from fossil fuels. As part of this transition, overall energy demand will also reduce. Second, to secure continued and increased investment in net zero energy economy. The delivery of this strategy will mean more jobs, a growing supply chain, new manufacturing capabilities, new skills, new export opportunities and thriving communities. And third, to deliver a fairer, more secure energy system that is no longer reliant on volatile international commodity markets and delivers lower costs for consumers. That requires stronger, more targeted action from the UK Government to reform the energy market in a way that is fair and to create the right conditions for the investment needed in infrastructure to support the expansion of renewables. The draft strategy sets out the very significant opportunities for Scotland in transforming our energy system. Scotland already has 13.4 gigawatts of renewable electricity generation capacity. It is our ambition to deliver at least 20 gigawatts of additional low-cost renewable electricity capacity by 2030, which could generate the equivalent of about 50% of Scotland's current total energy demand. Scotland's rich renewable resources mean we can not only generate enough cheap green electricity to power Scotland's economy, but we can also generate a surplus and open up new economic opportunities for export. We must make these changes to our energy system in a way, though, that is just. The transition must maximise economic benefits, ensure a fair distribution of opportunities and risks, and do so through a process that is inclusive. The oil and gas industry has played an important role in our economy and has been part of our national identity for decades. However, our previous policy position of maximum economic recovery is no longer appropriate. This strategy explores the challenges of moving away from oil and gas and the ability of low-carbon and net-zero energy generation to not just replace but to build on the employment opportunities that people, particularly in the North East, have come to rely on. Within the strategy are the first results of the independent research announced in 2021 and scrutinised by a panel of experts on the future role of North Sea oil and gas in Scotland's energy system and economy. This work shows that, as an increasingly mature basin, production in the North Sea is expected to be around a third of 1999 levels by 2035 and less than 3% of the 1999 peak by 2050. That projection takes account of the remaining potential development in the North Sea and is without any political decision to reduce consumption due to the climate emergency. This means that domestic production will effectively, within the next 20 years, will effectively end in the next 20 years if we do nothing. This draft strategy is consulting on whether we should act faster than this. Whatever people's position on the pace at which we move away from fossil fuels is, a failure to act now to deliver a just transformation of our energy system would be to neglect our energy security, the future of our economy, and risk the kind of damage to industrial communities we saw in the 1980s. However, if we seize the opportunity presented by the transition, the number of low-carbon jobs in the energy production sector is estimated to rise from 19,000 in 2019 to 77,000 by 2050, delivering a net gain in jobs across the energy production sector overall. This strategy shows how we can build a positive route through this transition, boosting employment in energy generation and providing energy security. That is why today's publication is not just a draft energy strategy, but also the first draft Just Transition Plan. We recognise the transition must take account of different geographies, industries and infrastructure across the country. And the draft energy strategy and Just Transition Plan will be further developed through engagement with trade unions, businesses and communities. And we're pleased to have supported the STUC to ensure that workers have the opportunity to participate. Our £500 million Just Transition Fund in supporting money in the North East to become centres of excellence for the transition. Projects are already underway, such as the deployment of a new digital offshore energy skills passport to support the transition of skills and jobs across the rapidly changing industry, an area of work which is led by Opito. And I hope, as we move forward, that the UK Government, which has, of course, benefited from oil and gas revenues for so long, will make a matching contribution. Presiding Officer, the draft strategy sets out our key ambitions for renewables deployment, bringing together clear policy positions and a route map to realise these ambitions. In key sectors, we propose for offshore wind increasing from 8.78 gigawatts as of June 2022 to over 20 gigawatts by 2030, more than doubling our existing capacity. For offshore wind, increasing from 1.9 gigawatts as of June 2022 through a pipeline of 3.8 gigawatts already consented to between 8 and 11 gigawatts by 2030. And the results of the ScotWind leasing round reflect market ambition to exceed the current planning assumptions. For solar, the strategy consults on what a further ambition should be, building on our current 411 megawatts of capacity. And tidal stream has also the potential, and we are also consulting on an ambition for tidal and wave energy. We also recognise the huge potential of pump hydro storage power to play a significant role in our future energy system. The lack of an appropriate market mechanism from a UK Government is frustrating the realisation of this opportunity for significant economic investment, job creation and gigawatts of clean energy. Corriglass, for example, represents over £1 billion of investment with up to 1.5 gigawatts of capacity and 330 gigawatt hours of storage. UK Government must take action to ensure that this potential is realised. We'll also work with communities, energy companies and with parts of the public sector, such as Forestry and Land Scotland and Scottish Water, that already generates renewables, to expand community ownership. We also want to hear views on these ambitions from unions, wider industry and from communities. The draft strategy reaffirms this Government's position that we do not want or need new nuclear power. We are clear that the focus must be on developing flexible and renewable technologies rather than new nuclear fission plants, which are expensive and take decades to deliver. Whilst we do not have the power to influence offshore oil and gas exploration and extraction, we are seeking views on a more robust climate compatibility checkpoint, including for oil and gas fields that are already licensed but not developed, and on a presumption of no new exploration in the North Sea. The strategy reaffirms our commitment to and the importance of CCUS to Scotland's energy transition. We continue to engage with the UK Government to encourage them to make swift decisions to support the Acorn project in the North East, which is critical not just to Scotland's transition, but to that of the wider UK. The Acorn project is connected to the development of a hydrogen economy, but it's clear that the most significant potential in hydrogen comes from the creation of green hydrogen from surplus renewable energy. As we set out in the Hydrogen Action Plan published in December, we will rapidly grow Scotland's hydrogen economy to deliver a renewable and low-carbon hydrogen production ambition of 5 gigawatts by 2030 and 25 gigawatts by 2045. To put that in context, 5 gigawatts could produce energy equivalent to around a sixth of Scotland's total energy demand. Much of that hydrogen could be generated from our offshore wind sector, with the potential to create new energy export industry for Scotland. In the coming months, we will develop sector export plans on renewables and hydrogen, setting out how energy can continue to be a critical export growth sector as we transition to net zero. The strategy also sets out how we will meet the challenges of reducing demand with Scotland's main energy-using sectors: heating, buildings, transport, industry and agriculture, using energy more efficiently and becoming largely decarbonised by 2030. Funding this transition requires significant investment that goes beyond what a government with limited borrowing powers can deliver. We will scale up activity to move from a funding to a financing policy model. This will effectively leverage private sector investment and action to better amplify the impact of public investment. The strategy gives certainty to investors that Scotland is a place that supports renewable energy wholeheartedly. Our vision is that by 2045, Scotland will be have a climate-friendly energy system that delivers affordable, resilient and clean energy supplies for Scotland's households, communities and businesses. Clearly, the Scottish Government cannot deliver this vision alone. Industry must accelerate investment in key sectors and infrastructure and continue to build capacity in the Scottish supply chain and the skills of the energy workforce. The UK Government must act on energy security, network investment and market reform, which are their responsibility, as much of the groundwork required for a thriving hydrogen economy. To deliver on the timescales set out here, the UK Government must embrace these needs with pragmatism. A copy of this strategy has been forwarded to the Secretary of State for Energy, and I will be inviting the UK Government to join us as part of an energy transition delivery group to deliver this forward plan. Achieving this vision for Scotland will be a national endeavour and will require a collective effort at local and national levels across government, industry and our communities. The consultation on the draft opens today, and I look forward to hearing views from the people across Scotland and on the critical aspects of our future net zero energy transition.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 30 minutes for that, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if those members who would wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons, and I call Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advanced sight of his much-delayed energy strategy. But it represents a far from Happy New Year for the tens of thousands of workers engaged in oil and gas. These workers often feel like they're an afterthought for this government, and that impression just won't improve after today. So whilst the Cabinet Secretary trumpets a rise in low-carbon jobs from 19,000 in 2019 to 77,000 in 2050, a target so far off even the SNP might hit it, members of this government have been parroting at least one made-up figure about wind capacity for years, knowing full well it lacked any evidential basis. So what evidence can the Cabinet Secretary provide which will reassure workers his numbers are correct this time, and when these jobs will become available? And let's not forget, a survey showed that just 1 in 10 oil and gas workers feel capable of switching to renewables. Now, this statement's warm words contain nothing on college places, retraining grants or incentive, and bizarrely, again, is ignorant of the £16 billion North Sea transition deal. So, Cabinet Secretary, what proportion of the oil and gas workforce does the Cabinet Secretary believe can switch? And finally, he talks of domestic production ending and a presumption against new exploration and production. Does the Cabinet Secretary worry that such an approach risks shutting down the industry prematurely, leaving us dependent on imports and undermining the very supply chain we need to deliver the transition?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, members raised a number of points here, and I will try to deal with them in turn. Let me first of all turn to the issue about the suggestion that in some way we are neglecting the important role the North East has played in our energy sector over the years. It is the Scottish Government that's investing £500 million in Moray and the north east of Scotland in the Transition Fund in order to help to support that transition, something which to date his colleagues at Westminster have failed to step up and offer the same level of investment. That's the type of investment that will support the transition. What we've had repeatedly from Westminster governments is taking the tax revenue from oil and gas but not investing the money back into the north east of Scotland and the rest of our economy. And what we can't afford to allow to happen this time round with renewable energy is to allow that same trick to be played upon the people of Scotland, to ensure that the investment we see into a renewable sector gets economic benefits that should be delivered here in Scotland. And a very practical example that the member might want to think about when it comes to skills and those in the oil and gas industry that want to transition into the renewable sector or want to stay in the oil and gas sector is investing in carbon capture, utilisation and storage, a technology that allows those who work in the industry to remain in the industry, those who want to move into it as well. The only reason it's not happening is because the UK Government have refused to back the Acorn project. So when it comes to making these decisions and making sure we deliver for our future needs and our economy and the energy sector in Scotland, there is one party we will never take any lectures from, and it's the Conservative Party and their failure over decades in supporting the energy sector in Scotland.
I call Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to the Cabinet Secretary for the advanced sight of his statement. The long-awaited publication of the draft energy strategy and just transition plan comes at a time we are facing a cost of living and a climate crisis. The need for a just transition to a low-carbon, affordable energy process has never been more important. But much of the so-called plans published today are a rehash of existing policies the Climate Change Committee have said are simply not enough. There's little new that will change the Government's failure to ensure our transition is a just one. In 2010, the SNP promised there would be 130,000 renewable jobs per year by 2020. We'd be the Saudi Arabia of renewables, they said. Well, the reality behind the rhetoric is just a fifth of those jobs have been delivered, and supply chain contract after supply chain contract continue to go overseas. So few people will believe the Cabinet Secretary's commitments today. But, Presiding Officer, it's not just the jobs this Government is offshoring. 90% of the energy from the recent ScotWind leasing round will come through overseas-owned multinationals offshoring the billions in profits. So at a time Labour and Wales are committed to creating a Welsh publicly owned energy firm, and the next UK Labour Government are committed to a UK publicly owned energy firm, why is there no commitment from the Scottish Government in this strategy to a publicly owned energy firm to keep bills down and to keep the profits here in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, let me deal first of all with the point that Mr Smith was making and the importance, I think, of the skills within the energy sector, which are extremely important, because I think it's important as we move forward that we no longer look at the energy sector as just being the oil and gas sector, that we need to look at it in a much more holistic fashion. Right across oil and gas, renewables, hydrogen, all of these areas play an important part, and it's important as we go forward that we've got the right type of skills-led workforce in place to support that. So one of the ways in which we're going to do that is through the Green Skills Strategy, which we've committed to publishing this year, which will set out in detail the measures that will be taken forward to help to support the transition within the energy sector and green skills. And I'm sure the member will be aware of the recent report from PwC, which highlighted, actually, in terms of green jobs growth, Scotland is actually the highest part of the UK, where we're seeing the fastest level of growth in green jobs. We want to build on that and we want to capitalise on that moving forward. And let me deal with the final point in terms of the public energy company. The member will be aware that we looked at the possibility of setting up a public energy company in the retail sector, and the present markets simply do not allow that to happen. But I'm sure the member will recognise that for many decades, where the Labour Party were in government at Westminster, they failed to put in place any form of fund that helped to secure some of the revenues from North Sea over decades to make sure that it was invested for future use. They've taken the exact same approach that the Westminster Tory government has taken, and that is they have quite literally siphoned off the taxes from our oil and gas sector over decades, and we have got no benefit to show for that. The difference that you can see in ScotWind with the overseas public energy companies is that these are Scandinavian companies
that have had oil and gas,
and we have secondary chit-chat, please, Cabinet Secretary.
They have had oil and gas, and their governments have had the wisdom of setting up funds and companies to invest in these areas. And they also have the practical benefit of being an independent country, which allows them to free up the finance to make that scale of investment. And that's exactly why Scotland should be independent. Not only do we get the revenue benefits from the renewable and energy sector overall, but we can invest in public infrastructure in our energy sector and have a public energy company that invests in the same way that companies in Norway and Denmark and Sweden have been able to do for decades, that both Labour and the Tories have failed over decades to deliver.
I call Fiona Hislop to be followed by Edward Mountain.
The people of Scotland have a clear world advantage in access to natural resources of wind, of water and wave, and this energy strategy sets out clear targets and ambitions and the certainty that developers will need to invest in development and skills. But does the Cabinet Secretary agree that this strategy can't just be about enabling exploitation of our resources by international companies for energy transmission elsewhere, and that it must ensure that Scotland itself realises the benefits from access to clean, green, cheaper energy, economic activity and energy and manufacturing jobs here in Scotland? So what are the biggest risks to the strategy delivering for the people of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, one of the most important elements of our energy transition is to make sure that it's a fair and just one. And that is to ensure that Scotland doesn't simply become a production basin for producing electricity for our own domestic and export purposes, hydrogen for our own domestic and export purposes, but we don't see any of the economic benefits of it here in Scotland. And even though within our limited powers, it's important that we make sure that we have the supply chain benefits that go alongside these types of developments. We saw the impact of the UK Government's withdrawal of subsidy to onshore wind and the way in which that resulted in a very rapid contraction of the supply chain within Scotland and the UK as a whole. And as a result, Scandinavian countries stole a march on us in developing that technology and that manufacturing capability. We cannot make that error again. What I can say to the member is this strategy sets out a very clear pathway to make sure that we are not only maximising the potential from our renewable energy base for both our domestic and export purposes, but also to maximise the economic benefit for us here in Scotland, not just from the production value, but also from the manufacturing of the technology that goes into supporting these technologies. And if we develop that here and we manufacture that here, we can export it to other parts of the world. If we do that, we'll be able to deliver the just transition. And that's exactly what the strategy sets out aiming to do.
Thank you. Could I please ask for perhaps more succinct answers, because I am keen to take all the members who have pressed to ask a question. I call Edward Mountain, followed by Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Now, I know Scottish ministers find wind power statistics hard to understand, but here's a fact that should give them some pause for thought. On the 14th of December last year, across the UK, only 3.4% of energy was generated by wind turbines. Surely a successful energy strategy needs dependable, flexible sources of power. So why won't the Scottish Government stop discounting the creation of small, modular nuclear reactors?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I suppose you could take any particular day and you could look at the contribution that wind makes to our wider energy mix within the UK. And I'm sure the member's taken this opportunity. I don't know if he's looked at what wind is contributing to the UK grid today in terms of output. It's in the region of 40% of what the UK grid is using at the present moment. However, that will change by the hour and it will change at different times, which is why in the strategy we set out the importance of having an energy mix. And that's why we set out the need not only for onshore and offshore wind, tidal, marine, and also for hydro and pump storage, but why we want to make sure that we do that mix in a way that gives us the flexibility. But the member, I'm sure, will also be aware of the developments that are coming within battery storage and the capacity that that provides in order to store the energy which is actually generated by renewables. And I'll finish on this particular point. The reality is that the member makes reference to SMRs. The reality is that SMRs are at phase 1 in their technology development process. There is probably at least, if not another 6, 7, 8 years on the technological process that needs to go through before you even get to the point where you could actually take forward the development. They are 10+ years away, and I thought the member, given his consideration of this, would be aware of how far off in the distance SMRs, and they're not in a reliable way for us to be planning for our energy needs in the future.
I call Paul McLennan to be followed by Mercedes Vialba.
Thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement this afternoon, which presents fantastic opportunities to move to net zero, energy security, as well as boosting our Scottish economy. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what workforce analysis it carried out in preparing the strategies? How did we arrive at the figure of 77,000? Can I also ask how we will monitor that figure in jobs acquired and how this will be reported?
Cabinet Secretary.
Officer, those figures were drawn together from a variety of reports, including from Robert Gordon University, looking at the potential for development within the renewable and green energy sector, and were also part of the wider analysis which we've carried out in relation to oil and gas and the transition away from fossil fuels. There's also reports which have contributed towards this from OE UK and also from APITO, who have all looked at the potential for energy sector workforce going forward within the green energy sector as we move forward in transitioning. What's extremely important, Presiding Officer, is we make sure we maximise on these economic and job opportunities going forward, and that's exactly what the strategy aims at doing, to make sure we maximise the economic employment opportunities within the energy sector.
I call Mercedes Vialba to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of his statement and for the advance sight of the draft energy strategy and just transition plan, which states, quote, "We are supporting the reskilling of oil and gas workers by funding an offshore skills passport through our Just Transition Fund," end quote. Such a passport must be more than just an app which tells the user where their qualification gaps are. It must allow for a seamless transition, a fair and just transition for offshore workers by avoiding costly duplication of training for them. Failing this, the Scottish Government could look at strengthening licensing and leasing conditions to require energy employers to recognise offshore workers' prior training and existing qualifications. So will the Cabinet Secretary commit to working with the energy unions to remove financial barriers to transition for Scotland's offshore workers?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, that's exactly what the passport does. It's to provide that seamless movement between oil and gas and the renewables. I hosted the Skills Summit up in Aberdeen with the trade unions. STUC, RMT were all part of that, and they warmly welcomed the work that's taken place in order to deliver exactly that. And they've stated publicly that it's made a big step forward in helping to deliver that type of passport. So what the member's looking for is what exactly the passport is delivering, and that's why we're looking to roll it out this year and why the unions have been so supportive of it.
I call Audrey Nicholl to be followed by Lee MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Energy Strategy and Just Transition Plan provides a route map of actions central to meeting our climate change targets, and the North East communities will play a significant part in delivery of the plan. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline how the Scottish Government will ensure a balance is struck between the need to deliver a just transition while ensuring communities are not only consulted but empowered to make a valid and positive contribution to local delivery and outcomes?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Audrey Nicholl, I think, raises a really important point here. So, in focusing on delivering a just transition in terms of economic opportunities that go alongside the transition to a low-carbon energy system, we need to also make sure that we take communities with us, because communities will be impacted by the technology which will be deployed in order to deliver that low-carbon energy system. Which is why, for example, when it comes to onshore wind, we have the good practice guidance where we encourage developers to be much more focused in working with communities to allow them to be party to it, looking at co-production as part of that process. And going forward, we have rolled out greater community-enabled programmes to allow those communities who want to develop their own energy network to be able to do so as well. So I think it's important that we continue to make sure that those who are developing energy production facilities, particularly onshore production facilities, are working in partnership with the local communities that will be affected. And the guidance we've put in place is directed exactly at doing that. I'd like to go further I would like to be able to mandate it, that they're required to do that, but I'm unable to do that because it's a reserved area. And I hope at some point the UK Government will see the wisdom of mandating the need to work with communities and for community benefit to be part of any community programme in the energy sector.
Liam MacArthur, to be followed by Jenny Minto.
Thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for early sight of this statement. I welcome the strategy, and particularly the acknowledgement of the contribution that tidal and marine can make towards meeting these ambitions. The Climate Change Committee last month highlighted that, quote, there are few enabling factors more likely to have a bigger impact on delivering net zero than the ability to shape our workforce in time to meet the demands of the transition. To be fair, the plan acknowledges this, but there is a mountain to climb to prepare Scotland's workforce. So given the problems that have arisen in meeting earlier commitments to job creation, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the Climate Emergency Skills Action Plan, due to be updated later this year, will include a detailed and quantifiable route map to developing the skilled workforce needed to fill the 77,000 green jobs expected by 2050?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I particularly welcome the member's comments in relation to tidal and marine energy, which you'll obviously have a keen interest in, having been the local member for EMET, given that it's a world-recognised centre for developing this technology. I agree with the member's point in terms of a very clear pathway in delivering the skills and employment opportunities and the jobs that go alongside any transition, which is why we have embedded the Just Transition Plan within the energy strategy, so we can clearly see the way in which they are interlinked. The Green Energy Strategy, the Climate Energy Strategy, the Climate Skills Strategy, which we'll bring forward this year, will reinforce that and will give much greater detail around that. And I hope it will give the level of detail that the member is looking for, so that we can demonstrate the clear pathway that we are determined to take forward in order to maximise the jobs and economic opportunities that come from the transitioning of our energy system.
Jenny Minto, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the Cabinet Secretary will know, Argyll and Bute is a significant contributor to Scotland's energy strategy, whether it's onshore wind, offshore wind, wave power, pump storage, and also Isla being one of the carbon-neutral islands. So can the Cabinet Secretary advise how the Scottish Government will ensure that rural and island communities across Argyll and Bute will see the benefits of this strategy?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it's important to do, and one of the ways in which we can help to achieve that is through the Islands Carbon Neutral strategy, which has been taken forward, including Island and the members' constituency. The other aspect that we are going to be bringing forward is we're leading a piece of further work which will complement our strategy, which is the Islands Energy Strategy, which will be published in the course of the coming year, which will set out more detail on how we will ensure that the Energy and Just Transition strategy has the right impact on our island communities, including in island communities within the member's constituency.
I call Maurice Golden, to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. A just transition to clean energy requires materials to build the wind turbines, heat pumps, electric cars and other infrastructure we need. We can't assume those materials will be readily available, though. Global demand for resources is rising, and we've all seen the shocks to international supply chains. So, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm what proportion of materials can be sourced through domestic reuse, remanufacturing or recycling, and if not, when that assessment will be carried out?
Cabinet Secretary.
I can't give him the specific details, but I think the member raises a really important point here, because in the course of the last 9-10 months, because energy security has become such a central focus for European countries, the level and scale of ambition around transition away from a fossil fuel-based energy system has grown significantly, and there are inevitably going to be constraints on materials within the sector. It's impossible for the sector to scale up at the speed and at the rate which countries are now looking to transition away from oil and gas at, and to deliver renewable energy projects. So there's no doubt in my mind there will be material constraints that will have an impact on the rollout of some of this technology. So I think the member's point is a very important one. But one of the key issues that I think is absolutely central to trying to address that is not only looking at what we can produce here locally within our own domestic markets, and from recycling as well, with the repowering of some of the older onshore wind farms, but also is to move early in order to secure access to these materials. And that's one of the areas where Scotland has an advantage. We're in a position where we can move earlier than other countries who are now turning their minds to looking at onshore and offshore wind. We're already in that space taking forward these technologies. So my view is that the way in which we can actually try to help to secure greater access to these markets and these materials is to move early, which is why the strategy sets out a ramping up of our ambition and the time frame in which we want to deliver that in order to try to help to address the type of issue which the member is highlighting.
Mark Ruskell, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
The science of climate change demands that North Sea oil and gas is phased out. This is the right thing to do for people and planet. Today, Scotland's energy strategy abandons the dogma of maximum economic recovery of oil and gas and sets a path to a renewable future that leaves no workers behind. The UK Government must follow Scotland's lead. So can I ask, what plans does the Cabinet Secretary have to engage UK ministers with this strategy? And does he share my concern that unless they change direction on oil and gas, they will undermine not just our ambitions, but the whole Paris Agreement?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, in terms of the aspects that the UK Government need to take forward, there is a section within the strategy that sets out the clear areas of action that the UK Government need to take forward. I have offered a copy or provided a copy to the Secretary of State at the UK Government, who's got policy responsibility for this area. We are setting up a task force to have a very specific role in helping to implement this, and I've invited the UK Government to have a Minister join us on that task force in order to address the issues that the UK Government need to address in order to drive forward the strategy and to deliver on the Just Transition Plan. I hope that they'll work in partnership with us in delivering this. We've offered it in a genuine, with the spirit of cooperation, but it's important that they are practical and that they are open in recognising the role that they have, and I hope they will take up the offer to join us on the task force in order to drive forward the delivery of the strategy and the Just Transition Plan.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to provide more detail on how the £75 million Energy Transition Fund will support our energy sector and the North East to make progress on the energy transition as we move towards net zero?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, there's already some 4 projects which have received funding through the Energy Transition Plan, through which we're investing some £75 million in the North East. Those projects which are already receiving funding are the Global Underwater Hub, the Net Zero Technology Transition Zone and the Energy Transition Zone, and the Aberdeen Hydrogen Aberdeen Hydrogen Pub sort of idea. I couldn't see the Scottish Government investing in alcohol sales, but the Aberdeen Hydrogen Hub in the North East, which are all about helping to support the creation, the protection of existing jobs, and also to help to promote the creation of new jobs in the North East. And we'll look to build on that as we go forward with the funds in the years ahead.
Brian Whittle, to be followed by Stephanie Callaghan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I agree with the Cabinet Secretary that Scotland has the potential to be a world leader in the production and export of green hydrogen. It's a market that's growing at a very fast rate. However, to gain first-mover advantage, Scotland needs to invest now and invest at a level that allows for the fast for a fast development of that hydrogen production. Many other countries are ahead of us, including in the Middle East. There is a fast expanding market. So will Scotland Government ensure that public investment and support in green hydrogen matches the opportunity and ambition? Because this cannot be another Scottish Government promise that is not met by that kind of action.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, I do welcome the members' support for the potential for green hydrogen, because I completely agree with them. There is a huge potential here. I actually think our green hydrogen market will be driven not by domestic demand but by export opportunities, and Scotland is in a unique position in Europe to actually capitalise on that, which is exactly what we are determined to do. The Hydrogen Action Plan that I published just last month sets out our export plan within that, how we intend to go about that, and also, I think it was in October, November last year, we also set out our hydrogen proposition to help to support manufacturing industry here in Scotland and to attract manufacturing industry in the hydrogen sector into Scotland as well. and we're already engaging with a whole range of different stakeholders within the industry who have an interest in coming to Scotland. And the reason that they're particularly interested in Scotland is because the gateway to delivering green hydrogen is renewable energy, offshore and onshore wind. And we are already in a position where we are able to actually set out our plans, not just our targets, but our plans. Our leasing rounds have already happened, where they can see it will become a reality, which other countries are behind us in achieving. I recognise there are some countries in the Middle East that are further advanced than us in this matter, in the UK or in any part of the world, given the level of investment they're making. But you can be absolutely assured of our absolute focus in making sure that we maximise on the opportunity that we can get from green hydrogen. This could be a major economic boost for Scotland for many, many decades to come. And one of the other reasons that we are in a very strong position in taking forward green hydrogen is because of our oil and gas sector. The skill sets within the oil and gas sector can transition very well into the hydrogen sector. There are very few countries in the world who have set very ambitious targets for green hydrogen, have the skills base that we have in order to drive that whole sector forward. So that combination of skills in the oil and gas sector, plus the build-out of our onshore and offshore renewables, gives us a real opportunity to be one of the major players in Europe in particular in the delivery of green hydrogen for export purposes. And we are determined to make sure we capitalise on that, to build that economy, that hydrogen economy, for future generations, because it could become a major part of our economy in the years ahead.
Stephanie Callaghan, to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you. Warmly welcome today's commitments to significantly increase gigawatt outputs for both onshore and offshore wind. And can the Cabinet Secretary confirm his continued commitment to maximising the potential of solar energy, and perhaps touch on some of the reasons why Scotland's solar ambitions require further consultation at this time?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the strategy sets out the proposition to extend and develop our hydrogen our solar capacity here in Scotland. At the present moment, we have about 411 megawatts of solar capacity. We want to look at increasing that. But before setting a target, we want to consult with the sector and with those in the industry to understand what the most appropriate target would be for going forward. So I can assure the member the purpose behind this strategy is to look at how we can build and expand our solar sector here in Scotland, and I hope after the consultation period we'll be in a position where we can set a clear target for how we want to expand our solar energy sector going forward.
Pam Duncan-Glancy, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the ambition in the Just Transition plans to maximise economic benefit, ensure a fair distribution of opportunity, and to do so in a way that is inclusive. But I fear it's not the case for what's happening in our communities. Taxi operators in Glasgow are fearing for their jobs and livelihoods if plans to introduce the low emission zones go ahead in June. They're facing significant challenge to ensure vehicles are compliant, including in actually finding compliant vehicles, and drivers have said they might have to give up their jobs. The impact of not getting this right is, of course, significant. Fewer taxis mean women have fewer safer options to travel home late at night.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms Duncan-Glancy. I do need a question. We're running out of time. Thank you.
And disabled people could be stuck in their homes altogether. Taxi drivers are really struggling. The Council have written to the Government to ask for additional funding.
Please ask a question, Ms Duncan-Glancy. We're running out of time. Thank you.
To my question now, Presiding Officer. So can the Minister update on whether they have received, the Scottish Government have received this request for additional funding? Will they provide that funding, or will they ask the Council to delay it until funding is in place so that Glasgow can keep its cabs on the road and people can continue to rely on them?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I understand the point the member is raising. It's not an issue which is covered by the energy strategy and the Just Transition plan, but it would be a matter which is covered within the transport policy area, and I'm more than happy to ask the Minister for Transport to write to the member to confirm where we've received that letter and what action we're taking on the basis of the information that's provided within it.
And I can squeeze in John Mason if I get a brief question and a brief answer. Thank you.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary mentioned carbon capture, utilisation and storage in his statement. Can he say anything about how his negotiations are going with the UK Government and if they're being any more constructive than their predecessors?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, look, I'm sure members right across this chamber recognise the critical importance of carbon capture, utilisation and storage, and in particular the ACORN project, not just to the Scottish energy transition in delivering on our climate change targets, but also the very significant economic benefits that go alongside taking forward the ACORN project. We remain deeply concerned at the lack of progress that's been made by the UK Government on this matter. We have not had any confirmation of the Track 2 process, the timeline for that being taken forward. At one point, it was indicated that the Track 2 process would start before the end of last year. It's been delayed. We have got no certainty or clarity over what the timeframe will be now. And it's absolutely essential that the UK Government do not lose what is a major economic opportunity with the Acorn project here in Scotland. If it is lost, the communities right across the North East and right down to Grangemouth will rightly feel bitterly betrayed by the UK Government. We will continue to press them to make sure that they take forward urgent action in addressing this issue, because it is mission critical to delivering climate change here in Scotland and right across the whole of the UK. Any further delay is wasting money on a project that could be getting delivered now and creating jobs now. And will continue to press the UK Government to set out a very clear timeframe for when Track 2 will take place, so that there is certainty on the Acorn project being delivered and being delivered swiftly.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the statement on Scotland's energy strategy and just transition plan. We will now move on to the next item of business. I will allow a very short pause to enable frontbench teams to change position. Thank you. Thank you. The next item of business is a debate on motion 7429 in the name of Angus Robertson on people's right to choose, respecting Scotland's democratic mandate. I would ask those members who wish to speak in the debate, please press the request to speak buttons now, and I call on Angus Robertson, Cabinet Secretary, to speak to and move the motion. Up to 11 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Every member here in this chamber is here today because of the trust placed in us by the people of Scotland through their votes. Votes that had consequences, votes that, thanks to our system of proportional representation, mattered and allowed people to express their choices. That, Presiding Officer, is what democracy is about, making people's choices matter. Of course, there is more to a modern European democracy than just counting up votes, but when you start to undermine that fundamental, when you seek to deny people what they have voted for, you risk undermining democracy itself. And this places obligations on those of us who win elections. We have to do our best to deliver on the mandates that we are given. But it also obliges us all, when we do not win elections, and very few of us are elected at the first time of asking, to respect the decision of the people, acknowledge the result, and accept the right of the winner to deliver the commitments that they were elected on. Not doing that, denying democracy instead, is a dangerous thing. But it is a thing that people in Scotland are becoming increasingly accustomed to. Presiding Officer, I'm going to focus in today's debate on the outcome of 3 votes, and on the question of how we, those privileged enough to be elected to this, Scotland's national parliament, can best deliver what people in Scotland voted for. And the first of these is Scotland's overwhelming vote in June 2016 to stay in the European Union. 62% of people in Scotland, a majority in every single council area, voted to remain part of the European Union. No part of Scotland voted to leave. Yet 2 years ago, Scotland was removed from the European Union against our will. So this week, instead of celebrating 50 years of EU membership, of cooperation, of multilateralism, of solidarity between nations, of economic development, of peace, we're stuck instead counting the cost of the Tories' reckless Brexit. According to the Office of Budget Responsibility, they estimate that Brexit will reduce long-run productivity by 4% compared with EU membership. This equates to a cut in public revenues in Scotland of around £3 billion every year, heaping further massive pressure on our NHS and other public services. And these statistics are stark, and they mask the human reality of the impact of Brexit. The small businesses going under because of the price of importing, the restaurants and hotels closing rooms and services because they cannot get the staff, the firms passing on to customers their increased costs, helping to fuel record levels of inflation. The academics and scientists no longer involved in world-leading research, unable to get funding to collaborate with peers in the EU, diminishing our ability to innovate, to be at the forefront of discoveries and threatening our world-class standing. The tax revenues that could be used to fund public services, now lost. And the health and social care sectors dealing with a staffing crisis while trying to rebuild from a pandemic. Brexit is harming everyone in Scotland. And there are few reasons to be optimistic. Yes, presiding officer, times are tough globally, and every country is suffering from the effects of a pandemic and a global energy crisis. But decades of mismanagement, compounded by the folly of Brexit, have left the UK economy utterly unprepared to weather this storm. European countries comparable to Scotland are wealthier, have lower income inequality in a moment. European countries comparable to Scotland are wealthier, they have lower income inequality, less poverty, higher social mobility, higher and often significantly higher productivity, greater research and development spending and higher business investment than the UK does. The member from the Conservative benches can perhaps explain why.
To other small independent European nations, perhaps the Minister might tell this Parliament how much it costs to see a GP in Ireland and what the prevailing rate of corporation tax is in Ireland.
Cabinet Secretary.
I note the member from the Conservative benches could not explain why it is that countries comparable to Scotland are so much better off. They are indeed in a position where they have flimsy arguments for the retention of the United Kingdom. Presiding officer, it gives me no pleasure, none at all, to point out that people in Scotland's decisions to remain in the EU has been vindicated. And since the Brexit referendum, of course, people in Scotland have voted in every single election for people and parties committed to reversing it. In 2017 and 2019 elections to the Westminster Parliament and in the 2021 Scottish Parliament elections, a majority of MPs and MSPs were elected on mandates to hold an independence referendum so that Scotland could apply to rejoin the EU as an independent member state. Which takes me to the second of the three votes I would like to discuss. An independence referendum was on the ballot paper in May 2021 when this Parliament was elected. Don't take my word for it. Believe the leader of the Scottish Conservatives. Because he said in the run-up to that election, I quote him, "People have to be really clear that a vote for the SNP is a vote for another independence referendum." Believe the leader of the Scottish Labour Party when he said in 2016, and I quote, "Mandates come from the electorate in an election. It should be the people of Scotland who decide when the next referendum is." Believe the SNP and Green manifestos, both of which committed to holding a referendum in the clearest possible terms. And which 72 out of 129 of us here, a clear majority in the Scottish Parliament, were elected to deliver. The parties that said, vote for me and there will be no referendum, they lost. And the parties that said, vote for me and we will give you the choice of independence, won. That simple act of placing one's vote next to a candidate or party that pledged in their manifesto an independence referendum is itself an exercise by people in Scotland of their right to choose their constitutional future, a right that used to be accepted across the political spectrum, a right that the Labour government in Wales accepts. It says, and I quote, presiding officer, "The UK is conceived as a voluntary association of nations. It must be open to any of its parts democratically to choose to withdraw from the Union. If this were not so, a nation could conceivably be bound into the UK against its will, a situation both undemocratic and inconsistent with the idea of a union based on shared values and interests. A right, presiding officer, that should matter as much to those who oppose independence as to those who support it. Because what is Scotland within the UK if we do not have the right to decide to leave? Trapped, stuck, however we vote. Is that the voluntary union they claim? Which brings me to the third vote I would like to discuss. In 2014, people in Scotland were offered the choice of independence and they voted against it. And we accepted that result. But here is the question that requires an answer.
We're not independent.
After the referendum, did Scotland get what the majority voted for? Yeah. People in Scotland were promised that within the UK we would benefit from the economic strength of the United Kingdom. Instead, we have suffered from years of economic mismanagement, culminating in the disastrous experiment of a failed Tory budget that cost this country billions and put the final nail in the coffin containing the UK's reputation for economic competence. The OECD predicts that the UK will be the slowest growing G20 nation over the next 2 years, apart from the sanctioned Russia. And perhaps the member from the Conservative benches will explain why the UK is doing so badly in international comparison.
Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the point of funding choices, I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary thinks it's better to fund the men's shed movement to the tune of £75,000 a year, or fund £1.5 million annually for the work of 25 civil servants to work on an independence prospectus.
Cabinet Secretary.
Given the opportunity to rise to the challenge and explain why the UK is a worse performing country in international comparison in the G20, the member was unable to do so. It's an embarrassment and they should take responsibility for it. The latest OECD and IMF forecasts show that the UK is set to have one of the highest inflation rates among G7 nations in 2023. People in Scotland were promised that a no vote would secure Scotland's place in the European Union. Just before the referendum, the then leader of the Scottish Conservatives said in the STV referendum debate, and I quote, "It is disingenuous to say that no means out and yes means in, when actually the opposite is true. No remains we stay in. We are members of the European Union." Oh, really? The then Secretary of State for Scotland said in November 2013, and I quote, "The only guaranteed way of leaving the European Union is to leave the United Kingdom." And the Better Together campaign itself asked the question, what is the process for removing our EU citizenship? Its answer, voting yes. People in Scotland were promised a new era of respect for devolution and that the UK would operate as a partnership of equals. Instead, we have seen the Westminster Government use its Commons majority to repeatedly overrule the Scottish Parliament in breach of the Sewell Convention. We've seen a series of power grabs through Westminster legislation, changing and limiting this Parliament's powers again and again without our consent. And now we have the UK Secretary of State for Scotland threatening, with a stroke of his pen, to overrule a bill overwhelmingly passed in this Parliament.
Cabinet Secretary, I must ask you to bring your remarks.
Indeed. When the will of a huge majority of elected MSPs in Scotland's Parliament can be reversed by a single figure from the Westminster Government, that shows clearly where sovereignty under the devolution settlement lies. Far from enhancing devolution, giving Scotland more powers and more control, this Westminster Tory government is undermining and systematically dismantling devolution. The motion before us today says that people in Scotland's decisions matter, that their votes count, and their future should be in their hands, because this is about who decides Scotland's future. Is it the 59 MPs from Scotland or the 591 from the rest of the UK? Is it the Scottish Parliament or the Secretary of State for Scotland? Is it a Prime Minister from a party that hasn't won an election in Scotland since 1955? Presiding Officer, there is only one answer. The people decide. Democracy demands it. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you. I will allow a wee bit of latitude for other frontbenchers should they take interventions, although it's entirely a matter to them whether they do, and that is why I allowed a bit of latitude with the Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Donald Cameron to speak to and to move Amendment 7429.1 up to 7 minutes, please, Mr Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I move the amendment in my name? At the beginning of a new year, there might have been an opportunity for a new approach from this government. But no, entirely predictably, they have chosen the Constitution as the subject of their first debate of 2023. We have an ongoing global cost of living crisis. We have a bitter and violent war in Europe, and we have total turmoil in our public services here in Scotland. The NHS on its knees, primary schools closed today, many secondary schools closed tomorrow, and at the top of this government's list of priorities in this chamber, another independence referendum. What on earth are they thinking? This debate is nothing short of shameful, Presiding Officer. If the passion and energy expended today was concentrated instead on health education, we would be in a much better place. Not least because as a matter of law, it is now unequivocally clear that this Parliament does not have the power to legislate for a referendum on Scottish independence. The Supreme Court's judgment in November was unambiguous. With that in mind, it begs the question as to why we are here once again debating this issue. It may be that the SNP needs to give its hardcore supporters some red meat to keep them happy. It may be that this government has completely ran out of new ideas on how to deliver for the people of Scotland. It may be that the only thing the SNP wants to talk about is the Constitution because it has failed so monumentally elsewhere. Let's take the NHS as one obvious example. Parliament heard earlier today from the Cabinet Secretary, but only after pressure from these benches and others, to address the state of the NHS. And a statement by a minister falls woefully short of a proper and rigorous debate of the issues here in this chamber. Let me dwell on those failures for a moment, because this is what we should be debating. On Sunday, comments from the Deputy Chair of the BMA said that patient safety was now at risk every day in A&E departments in Scotland, an NHS facing an unprecedented crisis. Dr Ian Kennedy, the BMA Chair, this morning on BBC Scotland, the NHS in Scotland is broken. Members telling me they're exhausted, burnt out, considering their futures, many parts of the NHS collapsing. So we have no doubt that the NHS in Scotland, in its current form, is unsustainable. Yes.
Julie Martin.
I'm delighted to talk about health. Would Donald Cameron concede that Brexit has been a real problem for the NHS in Scotland, if not the UK? And that's one of the reasons we need a democratic right to decide to go back into the EU as an independent state.
Donald Cameron.
The problems in our NHS in Scotland began long before the vote for Brexit in 2016. She knows that. The NHS in Scotland is broken. Stark words from one of our most senior doctors, despite repeated warnings that a winter crisis was looming. Doctors and nurses weren't impressed by the measures announced yesterday. This is what we should be debating. Let me give one concrete example. Last week, we know that bed occupancy rates in hospitals were over 95%. That's 10% over the 85% rate, which is seen as the maximum figure before patients are put at risk. That kind of occupancy rate is not sustainable in providing the safe and effective care that patients need on a daily basis. That's what the BMA said. And they're right. And if the SNP focus more on supporting the NHS and fixing the long-standing problems that exist there, rather than obsessing over independence, then perhaps some of these issues could have been addressed. And I make no apology for focusing on these matters, because it isn't just the NHS where SNP ministers have lost focus. In education, Deputy Presiding Officer, we know there are 900 fewer teachers than when the SNP came to power, and that the attainment gap between the least and most deprived is wider than it was 5 years ago. We know that police numbers in Scotland are at their lowest level since 2008, and that violent crime has risen to its highest level since Nicola Sturgeon became First Minister. We know that in transport, this SNP government has presided over the botched nationalisation of Ferguson Marine, the delay of 2 ferries, could run into £200 million over budget, with island communities suffering as a result. Failure after failure after failure, and all because this government has only one real priority. And a Salvation poll published on Monday stated that only 8% of people feel the Scottish Government should prioritise an independence referendum. Just 8%. So turning to what the Cabinet Secretary's motion says, if the SNP were honest about listening to and respecting the wishes of the people of Scotland, then they would appreciate that Scotland expressed its view barely 8 years ago in the referendum that the UK Government agreed to in 2014. A referendum that countless members on the SNP benches called a once-in-a-lifetime referendum. Even the Cabinet Secretary called it the opportunity of a lifetime. Well, given that opportunity, the people of Scotland voted decisively to keep Scotland in our United Kingdom and rejected independence. And we and others have always respected that outcome. The SNP and the Greens have never accepted it. And that's why the way in which this debate is being framed today is utterly ludicrous and indeed hypocritical. So to conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer, the SNP Green Government's obsession with agitating for a referendum that nobody wants is actually harming our public services. The Government has taken its eye off the ball for too long, and people across Scotland are noticing. They are seeing the crisis unfold in our NHS. They are seeing standards falling in education and the attainment gap widening. They are seeing increasingly poor performances in public transport. And they are seeing, Deputy Presiding Officer, a government which has its head in the sand when it should be addressing the real and pressing needs of the people of Scotland, and it is an abject disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Sarah Boyack to speak to and move Amendment 7429.3. Up to 6 minutes, please, Ms Boyack.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. So this is the disappointment, this debate, but it is not a surprise in terms of the priorities of this SNP Green Government. And if you look at what's happened over the last few weeks, over the festive period, we had severe weather which caused significant disruption for many parts of Scotland, put massive pressures on resilience services, and in the run-up, if you will respect my right to actually respond to your opening remarks, Cabinet Secretary, just give me a couple of seconds. The point I'm making, which is absolutely clear in our amendment, is this is the wrong choice for our first debate this year. We should be focusing on the NHS. In the run-up to New Year, doctors in NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde pleaded with the Health Board to declare a major incident, while NHS Grampian issued an appeal for all staff to come in. And when the Cabinet Secretary earlier this afternoon referred to NHS Lothian today, he did not acknowledge the long-standing deep issues in relation to underfunding, the lack of capacity which NHS Lothian has now and going forward with their increasing population, and crucially the lack of social care. And those were not issues that started through COVID, and in fact there were not even issues that started because we left the EU. They were in place long before that, and we know from repeated comments by representatives of the BMA that they are seriously worried about patient safety being put at risk every single day. And I will not be the only MSP that gets repeated references from constituents who cannot get through to the NHS and they end up going to A&E. Now, the SNP and Green MSPs voted against our Labour proposals to debate those issues today, and they opted for their #1 priority to debate the Constitution rather than tackling the health crisis and the cost of living crisis that is getting worse. Yes, I will, briefly.
Alistair Allen.
I thank the member for giving way. The member asks why we are talking about independence.
Dr Allen, could you please ensure your card's on and your microphone is on?
It is, yeah.
Your microphone's on? It doesn't sound like it. Well, the microphone isn't coming on, so maybe you could try another seat. Apologies to Ms Boyack, and I will reflect that in the time.
I appreciate that, Presiding Officer. The reason I'm mentioning this is because it's up to us to decide what we want to debate. And my view is that the choice of this discussion is more about internal SNP strategic discussions than it is about the interest of the country. Because we were told in newspapers in advance of this debate that we'd be offered a detailed blueprint for independence. And yet, what did the Cabinet Secretary do today? He gave us repeated interpretations of history from his perspective. He didn't talk about the future, and once again he offered us a false choice: the status quo or another divisive independence referendum. Now, we are not against constitutional change as Scottish Labour. Over our history, we've advocated and delivered constitutional change. We delivered this Parliament, and not only that, but it's been strengthened since its establishment, and we have done that on a cross-party basis. We have been prepared to speak to people. Sorry, no, I've already tried to take one intervention. The constitutional change we want to see, because I want to focus on what we would like to see that's different, because we don't support the status quo as is. We want to empower people and communities, and where cooperation is key with nations and regions working together, that should be part of the UK's redistributive union. That does not need a divisive referendum. I'll take a brief intervention.
I thank Sarah Boyack for taking an intervention. If she says that she is respecting of democracy, but the policy that was put forward by her leader in August 2022 said that the role of the Scottish Parliament is to be the expression of the democratic will of the people of Scotland. And yet, Labour's amendment today seeks to remove the section in the government motion that says that the UK should be a voluntary union of nations, something that her colleagues in Welsh Labour understand. Why is it that that has been removed if Labour support democracy?
I think you'll note... Cue applause. I think you'll note that we have retained the first half of this motion today because we do agree with the proposals, that we acknowledge there was a decision by the Lord Advocate, and we also acknowledge that we want to reaffirm our belief that people in Scotland have the sovereign right to determine the form of government that's best suited to their needs. And we took a decision on that in 2014. That is uncomfortable. That is uncomfortable. And since then, as I said in the opening comments I made, we have seen a change to the devolution settlement. My disappointment with Donald Cameron today not acknowledging that the status quo is perfect. We need to change the status quo. We need change in Scotland. And the best way to do that is not to have an independence referendum. And I would say, you were making a comment about what the voters think. If you look at opinion poll after opinion poll, even SNP since the election, even SNP voters do not want an independence referendum this autumn. And that is absolutely critical, because there's interpretations of exactly what the voters think. Yes, we are here to represent our constituents, and I am determined to do that, because we are working as Scottish Labour to look at how we change the UK, to make it a more radical UK, a more redistributive UK, and to build on devolution. With respect, Presiding Officer, I didn't heckle other people when they were speaking when I disagree with them.
Members, could we please listen to the Speaker who has got the floor? Sarah Boyack.
Gordon Brown's constitution, which Keir Starmer established, formed the basis of the choice that voters will have at the next election. And it is not a choice between the status quo or the SNP and Greens independence offer. At the next general election, we will have a choice in Scotland to boot out the Tories, to get rid of the undemocratic House of Lords, have a directly elected second chamber, to put in place the cooperation that in the last statement the Cabinet Secretary was talking about the need to do on energy and to tackle the cost of living crisis. And we would reform the intergovernmental working with joint government councils, with secretariats that are not appointed by both governments. There are changes. Now, these don't sound exciting to the SNP, but it is crucial. And I want to finish on this point, because the SNP has been a centralising government, taking power away from our local authorities and communities, and we are now seeing services cut in our local communities. It's time to reverse that trend, so it's not just about having more powers to the Scottish Parliament, it's to stop the hoarding of power by this Scottish Parliament, to devolve power to our councils, whether it's on education, on how they invest in critical services like healthcare, in terms of supporting our health system by having care
Ms.
and
Boyer,
support
I have given you an
invested
extra minute. Could you please wind up and move
I
your
will
motion,
do.
amendment? Thank you.
There is a better future than the divisive binary choice that's been already highlighted by the SNP today. We want radical change. We want to give people power to tackle the cost of living crisis.
Ms. Boyer, please
and we
conclude
want
and move your
change
amendment.
now. And that is the choice that we would offer at the next election.
Ms. Boyer, could you please move your amendment?
I move the amendment in my name. Apologies, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. I now call Alex Cole-Hamilton. Up to 4 minutes, please, Mr Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Presiding Officer. I rise for the Scottish Liberal Democrats. And what a sorry and divisive start this is to the new year. Sometimes I wonder what it is we are even doing here. On the day that our schools are closed and our teachers on strike, when the first period of such industrial action in nearly half a century, when 40 patients, I can hear the SNP laughing at this, but 40 patients are dying. They are dying unnecessarily each week as a part of the crisis in emergency care. And when people face the worst cost of living in living memory, then here we are again. The eyes of the nation are fixed on this chamber, but far from the priorities they sent us here to deal with, they see another skirmish in a make-believe battle that the SNP and Green parliamentarians are fighting entirely on their own. It is make-believe, Deputy Presiding Officer, because there isn't going to be a referendum in October, and the general election won't take its place either. Indeed, it is an act of breathtaking arrogance for the First Minister to simply state that she can dictate the terms of that election. Presiding Officer, we go to the country to receive the instructions from the people who sent us to chambers like this one. It is not for a single politician to tell them that their concerns about the cost of living emergency, about the climate emergency, or the new Cold War in which we find ourselves mean absolutely nothing. And Nicola Sturgeon will find that out the hard way. And for the Green Party to join the SNP in such an enterprise is astonishing. They must be the only Green Party in the entire world to so willingly exchange environmentalism for nationalism. It is a far cry from the party first represented in this place by the respected Robin Harper, who said before the turn of the year of Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater's support for the idea of a de facto referendum. He said, I quote, "I can't believe this has happened. Air quality knows no boundaries." Presiding Officer, in this debate we will hear a lot about mandates, and more than that, we'll hear about the 2021 Scottish General Election. Deputy Presiding Officer, I remember that election. I remember when the First Minister told people who liked her leadership but didn't want another referendum that they could still vote for her with confidence. I remember when she pivoted back to being the continuity candidate to see us through the pandemic when the polls shifted against independence. And I remember the 25,500 West Edinburgh residents who sent me to this place to oppose another referendum. Theirs, Presiding Officer, theirs is the only mandate that I recognise. All this debate does is allow SNP and Green ministers to distract attention from their singular failure to get to grips with the issues that really matter to people in their day-to-day lives. Knock anybody's door on any given day and ask them what they care about, and they'll tell you. It's whether their sister can access life-saving cancer care, whether their elderly parents are getting the social care that they need. They care about whether their children are receiving an education, or whether they can afford to turn on their heating.
Mr Cole-Hamilton, can you resume your seat? I appreciate that emotions run high in this debate. They will continue to run high, but I would expect the Chamber to listen to whoever is speaking, and I would certainly expect that of the Cabinet Secretary, who's been giving a running commentary on this speech throughout. Mr Cole-Hamilton.
The fact is, Presiding Officer, this government is completely out of touch with reality. They should be using every waking hour in this chamber to clear down NHS waiting times and reduce the crippling cost of living emergency. The government could have chosen, I don't have time, the government could have chosen anything this afternoon, anything at all, but they chose this at a time when this country is looking to us for unified determination on the many problems they face. The government are desperate to reheat this dying argument, and it is a dying argument. You can can see that in the language that they use and the way they conduct themselves in this chamber. The Cabinet Secretary refers to us as those who don't agree with the second referendum as democracy deniers. Presiding Officer, these are pages straight out of the Donald Trump playbook. They are ones used by populists, identity nationalists the world over. It is my hope and my expectation that their movement will suffer the same fate as his. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Cabinet Secretary spoke extensively about winners. Well, I was elected to oppose a referendum with more votes than any other candidate in the history of the Scottish Parliament. The people of West Edinburgh had the right to choose, and they chose me. They put their trust in me to do my job. I will not let them down. It is time that the Scottish Government did theirs.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We now move to the open debate. I call first Christine Graham to be followed by Sharon Dowie. Ms Graham, around 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Over the decades, successive UK governments have used every trick in the book to block the Scottish people's right to determine democratically their future. The current examples: the vote in 2014 was once in a generation, there is no demand, and the Scottish Government should focus on the NHS and pressing domestic issues. I'll touch on these as I progress. But I begin in 1979 with a referendum for an assembly. Better Together was in its infancy, but managed the extraordinary pairing of Labour's George Cunningham, introducing the rule that 40% of the electorate had to vote for it to count. The dead and those abstaining were counted as no. In fact, 51% voted for an assembly but failed the Cunningham rule. And then there was the intervention of Tory peer Sir Alec Douglas-Hume 2 weeks before the referendum, promising more for Scotland if it voted no. I know because I was there. We were also too small, too poor and contradictory because of oil. We were too greedy. All this and still a yes vote prevailed against the background of a winter of discontent. Fast forward 20 years and Tory Labour, otherwise known as Better Together, has formalised its partnership and Project Fear is revisited. One of the main planks of the No campaign was a yes vote would throw us out of the EU, and of course Labour's Gordon Brown's vow: vote no, and Labour would enhance devolution. Ring any bells? Despite all of that, Scotland voted 45% for independence. 24 years since Parliament came into being, in 1999, the SNP MSPs were in minority. We now have 64 and 8 Green MSPs, all standing openly for independence. A majority. The Unionists have 57. At Westminster, there are 6 Tory MPs, 4 Liberal Democrats, 1 Labour, 45 SNP. Yet Westminster blocks even a referendum because, according to it, there's no democratic mandate. Well, if ballot box results don't count, what does? Brexit. What a democratic affront that while 62% in Scotland voted Remain, that's from Shetland to the borders, we're out. There was no 40% rule then. The argument that the Scottish Government should focus on current pressing domestic issues, which it's doing, is the very reason why the need for independence is pressing. Economic mismanagement from successive UK governments, squandering the oil and gas revenues. Norway saved trillions in the Bank of UK plc, just a huge international overdraft. Brown's bank collapse, Trussonomics. Result: the UK has the highest inflation of the G7, leading to the right pay demands we see today. Just in the dark days of 1979, now is the very time when Scotland needs independence. And now I turn to the Supreme Court ruling, which only ruled on the limitations of the Scotland Act. I ask you to read McCormick against the Lord Advocate Obiter, where the Lord President Cooper said, I hope I've got time, the principle of unlimited sovereignty of Parliament is a distinctively English principle which has no counterpart in Scottish constitutional law. I have difficulty seeing why it should have been supposed that the new Parliament of Great Britain must inherit all the peculiar characteristics of the English Parliament, but none of the Scottish Parliament, as if all that happened in 1707 was that the Scottish representatives were admitted to the Parliament of England. That is not what was done. In Scotland, the people are sovereign. Charles is King of Scots, not Scotland. Ask the people, therefore, if they want Scotland to be independent. Give them that referendum, and the reason you're blocking it is because they say, yes, we want to be independent.
I now call Sharon Dowie to be followed by Emma Roddick for up to 4 minutes. Ms Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today, the SNP have once again chosen to put independence above all the urgent matters that this Parliament should focus on. I'm receiving emails from constituents who are worried about their children's education, safety in the streets, and they are extremely worried about the current state of the NHS. There are much more pressing issues to be debated, like Scotland's health service, which is at breaking point. Thousands of people can't get in to see a GP. They can't get screened for major illnesses. They can't get an ambulance. They're waiting hours at A&E departments. They can't get cancer treatment on time. The crisis is overwhelming our NHS. It is risking people's lives every day. I was contacted by a constituent whose 80-year-old uncle fell on New Year's Eve. She suspected that he had broken his shoulder. She called 999 at 9 p.m. She called again at 9:55 p.m, 11:21 p.m, 2:30 a.m, 4:34 a.m, 6:30 a.m, and 8:14 a.m. 7 times she had to phone 999 while her 80-year-old uncle lay there in agony, stuck on a cold conservatory floor. It certainly wasn't a happy new year. 12.5 hours after the first call, an ambulance finally arrived. My constituent said the ambulance crews were brilliant, but we are disgusted at what her uncle has been put through. On reaching the hospital, her uncle was found to have broken his neck and shoulder in 2 places. Presiding Officer, this is happening all over Scotland. Frontline workers are doing their best. They're going to huge efforts to keep people safe. They're focused on doing their jobs for our benefit. Because if you're a nurse, you don't get to ignore a patient and do what you want. If you're a firefighter, you don't get to ignore a burning building and do something else. And if you're a police officer, you don't get to ignore a crime because you've got other priorities. But if you're an SNP politician, apparently there's no need to focus on the day job. Today, they are ignoring their duty to the public. They are ignoring the people's priorities. They are talking about another referendum instead of focusing on what really matters. Today, SNP members are showing how out of touch they are with the real world. They've become detached from reality. They have crisis after crisis to tackle and umpteen problems that need sorting. I'll take an intervention if somebody wants to explain to my constituent why we're focusing on independence and why we're not focusing on the NHS. Absolutely. So you can answer that question.
Alistair Allen.
Well, I thank the member. Are you giving way? I thank the member for giving way. She's asking why we're talking about independence. Well, I merely ask her if I merely put to her that her former leader, Ruth Davidson, said, if the Greens and the SNP and any of the other parties who have declared an interest in independence get over the line and can make a coalition or make a majority, get the votes in the Parliament, then they'll vote through a referendum, and that's what democracy is all about. Does she agree?
Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So the member could not tell my constituent why we're standing here talking about independence instead of talking about the NHS. And I take my lead from the Cabinet Secretary because that's what he done in his interventions. From the umpteen problems that need sorted, from the ferry scandal
Dowie,
to the
Can I ask you to resume your seat? Point of order, Fiona Hislop.
I'm having great difficulty listening to Sharon Dowie because of the member to my left, and I wonder if you could remind people of the volume that some people are using inappropriately.
I thank Ms Hislop for that point of order. I have reminded the Chamber that I appreciate that emotions are running high. I would not single out one particular member, although I'm aware that he was shouting, so indeed were members on the government backbenches. I would please encourage everybody to treat those who are speaking with some respect. I would also encourage Sharon Dowie to move the microphone slightly closer to her. I think that will help as well. Sharon Dowie, I can give you a little bit more time, but you should start winding up now.
Thank you. So there are umpteen problems that need sorting, from the ferry scandal to the drug death crisis to the life-threatening issues in our NHS. But today, yet again, the focused parliamentary time on another divisive referendum. Normal, hard-working people will be appalled by the priorities of this SNP government. While our constituents go to work every day and put in a shift, SNP ministers keep wasting time talking about their obsession. Presiding officer, it's a new year. So for the resolutions, I urge Nicola Sturgeon and her allies to focus on what really matters. Make the crisis in our NHS the top priority, not another divisive referendum. Get back to the day job like everybody else in Scotland is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Dowie. I now call Emma Roddick to be followed by Michael Mara. Up to 4 minutes, Ms Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In 2014, I got to vote for the first time, somewhat unexpectedly. And in a panic, I read every book, blog and briefing that I could find to figure out where my ex should go. And the more I read, the more baffled I was that Scotland had let us go this long, being stuck in an archaic system that is designed not to let us make the changes and the progress that we want to. Since then, I, along with thousands of others, have voted SNP 8 times, in 2 Holyrood, 1 EU, 2 Westminster, 2 Council and 1 by-election, expressing each time my support for independence. And whether or not you agree with my position, it is a matter of democracy and a matter of fact that the SNP has a mandate to bring this question back. If Scotland cannot test the people's will to take decisions into our own hands, this is not a voluntary union. Refusing to allow a vote on something you disagree with is not the behaviour of an equal partner, nor indeed the behaviour of an institution that has any faith in its own arguments. After a shambolic Brexit, 5 Tory Prime Ministers and a multitude of welfare cuts, none of which Scotland voted for, the situation has changed and people have a right to change their minds as well. That we are here with yet another clear electoral mandate to hold a referendum, but unable to because Whitehall says no, is an outrage no matter what your constitutional stance is and how you would vote in that referendum. If there is any morality left in Whitehall, then MPs must know that their anti-democratic, nonsensical and unsustainable stance is immoral and honestly making our case for us. Our voices can't be heard in this union. We often refer to the union being broken, but honestly, this is its design. The union wasn't made to give Scotland its say. Whitehall's stance on a referendum is just the most visible example of how Scotland is treated as standard. This is what happens with employment rights, with energy policy, trade, immigration, equality, universal credit, Brexit, and I could go on. Scotland can vote en masse for SNP MPs who then vote en masse in the Commons, only to be shot down by the government of the day. One thing I think it is worth pointing out in response to criticism so far is I don't want independence for the sake of it. It's not an end in itself. I don't want to move from one bad system to another. I don't want an independent Scotland to treat disabled people the way that successive governments down south have. I want democracy here to be improved for greater community empowerment, more devolution to councils, clearer representation so that people know and understand who is making decisions that affect them. And I believe that independence would pave the way for progressive politics to happen. Independence to me is a means to an end. And in the Highlands and Islands, Whitehall has utterly failed to even begin to replace the EU funding for rural affairs and economic development that we previously enjoyed, leaving us worse off to the tune of nearly £20 million. We are struggling to replace the health and social care, hospitality and agricultural workers who no longer feel welcome thanks to a Brexit we didn't ask for and didn't vote for. Social Security Scotland provides a massive demonstration of how we can do better and be more progressive than Westminster in redistributing wealth and supporting people rather than judging, stigmatising and gatekeeping. With universal credit still being reserved, the contrast is stark to anyone who is so much as glancing at the two systems. Presiding Officer, we don't just have a mandate to deliver an independence referendum. Frankly, at this point, we have a moral duty to, for the sake of democracy and for the sake of the Scottish people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Roddick. I now call Michael Mara to be followed by Michelle Thompson. Up to 4 minutes, Mr Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We debate the nationalist motion today with schools closed across Scotland in the first national teachers' strike in 40 years. The last offer sanctioned by this government was 7 weeks ago. Our NHS, by the First Minister's account, is in an unprecedented crisis. And this debate is not the priority of people across the North East or across the whole of Scotland. Of course, favouring independence is a perfectly honourable thing to do. And I understand why many Scots, in the face of chaotic incompetence of both their governments, think that any change might be worth it. So let's be clear. There is change coming to Scotland if we choose to vote for it. We can have a more just country without losing our currency, our defence, our markets and a significant share of our budget. We should and can have common cause beyond borders and see our neighbour's child as our own, that all of our ends be bettered together. What is abundantly clear to me, as an observer, only an observer, is that those honourable folk who favour independence have been sorely failed by their leadership. Despite the Cabinet Secretary's rhetoric, there is a route to the destination that they seek. Build a case through honest deliberation and careful compromise to allow the prosecution of the argument. Build a coalition of those seeking change. Build a consensus, a settled will of the Scottish people. Make it overwhelming. That is how the case for devolution was made and how it was won. No one can seriously suggest that since 2014, Presiding Officer, that work has been done by those in the positions to do it. So how about proving the case through the successful use of the powers of devolution? Now, that's not my idea. Once upon a time, it was the SNP's strategy of he whose name shall not be spoken. But what a sorrowful disaster that has been. Our precious NHS in chaos, our schools closed, our universities steadily losing their lead, the worst drugs death record in the developed world, 5 times as bad as the rest of the UK under the same drug laws. Long-term sclerotic growth, now recession. Crumbling infrastructure, ferries that do not sail, islands locked off from the economy, our national language under imminent threat. And I will in 1 second, an overwhelming feeling, everywhere you go, that nothing is working as it should. Certainly.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to Mr Mara for the intervention. I accept that if the Labour Party win the next UK general election, they'll have a mandate for their constitutional reforms. Why does he think then that if our side of this constitutional debate repeatedly win elections, we are somehow lacking a mandate to implement our own constitutional reforms?
Michael Mara.
I've already set out the means by which that case can be won and it can be prosecuted. It has been done before and it can be done again if you have the will and the ability to do it. Build your case, persuade people and win the politics. That's how devolution was won and the way by which you can pursue it. Instead, Parliament is invited to participate in the grand pretence that this ruling from the Supreme Court was somehow shocking and unexpected. That the First Minister, having marched her faithful troops up the hill for the umpteenth time, is doing anything more than playing to the faithful, keeping the kettle boiling, another wheeze, another tune on the fiddle while Scotland burns. They claim to be opposed to austerity and produce a growth commission promising to cut further and deeper year on year. They write social justice reports backing progressive taxation and then run in election after election on the promise of tax freezes for the middle and upper classes. Always protecting power for the party rather than exercising that power for the people. No thank you. There is a majority. No thank you, sir. There is a majority for change in this country. The further devolution of power out of Westminster into all parts of the UK, 300 economic clusters can be turbocharged for growth by empowering them directly. The abolition of the House of Lords, replacing it with an assembly for the nations and the regions. A government that will clean up politics, bringing an end, presiding officer, an end to the years of Tory sleaze and corruption. That's the choice that is now in front of us. The job of this government should be to make Scotland work again.
Thank you, Mr Marr. I now call Michelle Thompson to be followed by Ross Greer. Up to 4 minutes, Ms Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure to speak in this debate and add my voice to the just and democratic cause of Scottish independence. This is a belief I've held all my life. Independence is normal. Presiding Officer, I can taste how close it is, which is precisely why the unionists in this place get so incoherently angry. The UK is a failing state. Historically, no other state has been so dependent upon imperialism. It's created a culture and a contemporary state characterised by what Tom Nairn called a tribal state of formidable complacency. We can see and hear this tribal complacency on a daily basis. However bad things are, we are told, they could only be worse by doing something different. The UK's very own version of insanity. The entire post-colonial history of the UK is one of consistent decline and democratic failure, with Brexit being the most recent example and eloquently highlighted by the Cabinet Secretary in his remarks. As Oliver Bullard put it in his recent book, the UK has become a mere butler to the world with facilitation of corruption, replacing the exploitation of empire. The indignation that's shown when example upon example of successful smaller independent states are mentioned is symptomatic not only of UK complacency, but also betrays a failure of belief in the Scottish people regarding what is possible. This, for me, is a great divide. I choose to believe in what is possible. I choose to believe in the Scottish people. And I choose to believe, like many other small and medium-sized countries, accepting the responsibility and also the agency that will come with independence will be both liberating and enabling. We are now left in the ludicrous position that those devoted to the declining UK state, no matter the cost to Scotland, cannot state what the democratic route to independence is for the Scottish people. At the same time as we rightly support the independence of other nations, we're expected to believe that a gathering of mainly English MPs in Westminster should have a permanent veto on Scottish democracy. It's absurd and it's fundamentally anti-democratic. The enduring characteristic of the Scottish independence movement is its commitment to using democratic means. But there are multiple democratic pathways to independence, as the history of the United Nations testifies. There is no statute in international law, nor in any UN charter, that gives any state the untrammelled right to deny a nation a democratic route to independence. Now, a referendum may seem the simplest, but it's not been the most typical route to achieving independence, and the will of a people can be exercised in many ways. Take the historically significant UN Resolution 435, which paved the way for Namibian independence, which included defining a democratic process leading to an election and not a referendum. Part of that process involved the use of a UN Transition Assistance Group, and perhaps the Cabinet Secretary might wish to consider the Scottish Government taking the initiative to appoint its own Transition Assistance Group, drawing on appropriate expertise beyond Scotland. Presiding Officer, independence is coming, and the democratic voice of the people of Scotland will not be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. I now call Ross Greer to be followed by Jackson Carlo. Up to 4 minutes, Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. 5 parties were elected to this Parliament at the last election. By any normal measure, those of us who believe that Scotland's future should be in Scotland's hands won that election. The Scottish Greens and SNP increased our combined majority of seats, and we won more votes, 16,000 more than the Conservatives, Labour and the Lib Dems. When people vote for political parties, they reasonably expect them to fulfil the commitments in their manifesto. So when anti-independence politicians take offence at our claim that they are opposing not just independence but Scottish democracy itself, the question for them to answer is, what else do you call it when those who have lost an election prevent the winners from fulfilling their democratic mandate? Don't take our word for it. Ahead of last year's election, Douglas Ross said, people have to be really clear that a vote for the SNP is a vote for another independence referendum. His Conservative colleague for the Lothians, Jeremy Balfour, helpfully stated, just remember, a vote for the Green Party is a vote for independence. Former Tory leader Ruth Davidson was even clearer. She said if the Greens and the SNP and the SSP or any of the other parties have declared an interest in independence, get over the line and can make a coalition, make a majority, get the votes in Parliament, then they'll vote through a referendum. That's what democracy is all about. Back in 2016, Labour leader Anas Sarwar observed that mandates come from the electorate in an election. If they don't believe any of that anymore, it's for them to explain how they reconcile whatever their new belief is with their claim to still respect Scottish democracy. All of us on the pro-independence side of this debate accept the judgment of the Supreme Court. This Parliament cannot legislate for a referendum without a Section 30 order from Westminster. But the UK's constitutional settlement is based heavily on precedent, and the precedent here is clear. In 2011, for the first time, a clear majority of pro-independence MSPs was elected. The UK Government accepted this as a mandate for a referendum, and a Section 30 order was granted. So why, a decade later, when the Green and SNP manifestos were even clearer and independence a much more widely understood issue, have not just the UK's Tory Government, but its Labour opposition rejected this precedent? Precedent can be rejected, but if the Tories and Labour want to claim that they still respect Scottish democracy and the views of the Scottish public, the onus is on them to explain their alternative method for the people of Scotland to exercise their right to choose their own future. Yes.
Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, and I thank Ross Gray for the intervention. My apologies, Presiding Officer, not like me. I thank the member for taking the intervention. Would you agree that it is totally undemocratic and, quite frankly, a disgrace that in 2023 we've got folk 25 years old and under that's never been able to have a say on how if their country should be independent or not, and them themselves are their own generation?
Ross Greer.
I thank Mr Dunbar for that intervention. I think it's a really important point. There are 500,000 people on the electoral register in Scotland who have not had the opportunity to cast their vote on Scotland's constitutional future. That, to me, is the definition of the generation that our colleagues in the opposition like to speak about so much. Winning an election used to be the uncontroversial gold standard mandate for delivering your manifesto. The Tories and Labour have trashed that democratic norm for no better reason than they lost the election and they don't like who and what the public chose instead. They need to be prepared to accept the accusations of being anti-democratic, because that's exactly what they're doing. I believe that Scotland can be a fairer, greener country with the powers of a normal, independent nation. We can rejoin the European Union and begin undoing the damage of a disastrous Tory Brexit, now also endorsed by the Labour Party. We can take basic steps to improve the quality of life for the vast majority of people who live here, like raising the minimum wage beyond the poverty pay level set at Westminster. We can undo not just the anti-trade union acts of the post-2010 Tory government, but every bit of anti-union legislation passed since Thatcher began her assault in the early 80s. Scotland can be a beacon of workers' rights and environmental rights. We could reduce emissions and fund the just transition with a carbon tax on big polluters and end the licences of any new oil and gas fields in the North Sea. I believe in Scottish independence, but first and foremost, I believe in democracy. If the anti-independence parties are offended by the independence movement's claim to now be Scotland's democracy movement, maybe they should stop thwarting what the public actually voted for and accept that it is time to put this question to the electorate once again.
Thank you, Mr Gray. I now call Jackson Carlaw to be followed by Jim Fairley. Up to 4 minutes, Mr Carlaw.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And as I don't get out much anymore, can I welcome this opportunity to contribute to this first and extremely good-natured debate of the new year. Can I begin by saying that I don't think it's enough to say bad SNP. I think, charitably, at the heart of the government motion is a question: what is the legitimate and democratic route to a second referendum? And what I absolutely believe is that 8 years of trading insults across this chamber, which is largely what we have done since 2014, has not advanced the argument one iota or one jot. I agree in part with Michael Mara that I think that there are democratic routes towards another expression of Scotland's opinion. They just don't happen to be ones in which we agree. Firstly, since the Supreme Court has determined that responsibility for the Constitution rests at Westminster, is for MPs elected from Scotland, as Mr Gray and Mr Robertson were, to argue at the House of Commons in favour of the argument that they have for a second independence referendum, and to seek, as Mr Mara did, to persuade, to construct a consensus around the argument that that second referendum should take place. They say that inevitably that is not a prospect that can succeed. I don't fundamentally agree. Time is short, but I may come back. Secondly, is to respect the view of the First Minister and others at the time, which was that this was a once-in-a-generation vote. You know, there has never in the 8 years since, has there been a discussion as to what a generation is, a negotiation as to what, in this chamber, we could agree a generation might be. It is typically in print argued to be between 20 and 30 years, 25 years typically. It's said that there are 3 or 4 generations in any 100 years. Arguably, that might say that this Parliament could legitimately, on the words of the First Minister, look to another referendum in 2039. But it is a subject about which the Government has never sought to engage other parties in this Parliament in any discussion whatsoever. What Mr Robertson did in this debate was to keep returning to the concept of mandate. He said again that the Conservatives have not had a mandate in Scotland since 1955. I think he said, votes matter, votes count, without a shred of irony. Because sitting in his government are the Scottish Green Party, participating with the lowest share of the vote of any governing party in the history of the United Kingdom. 91.9% of the people of Scotland rejected the Scottish Greens and all they stand for at the 2021 election. It was even, I will in a second, it was even worse in my West of Scotland region, where my Eastwood seat sits, because there Mr Greer, who disports himself now quite obviously as the self-ordained minister-in-waiting, was rejected by 92.9% of the people of Scotland. What mandate does that man have to stand up and boast that he's imposing green policy on the people of Scotland? Deputy First Minister.
Deputy First Minister. I'm grateful to Jackson Carlo for giving me. Can I just point out the irony of his attack on the Butte House agreement between the SNP and the Greens, coming from a Conservative who was prepared to usher in austerity into the United Kingdom with the accompaniment of the Liberal Democrats, and only the accompaniment of the Liberal Democrats, who are roundly rejected across the United Kingdom. Can I just point out the absurdity of the argument which characterises what Jackson Carlos put into us this afternoon?
I think the Deputy First Minister, if he checks the voting record, will find that the Liberal Democrats had something like 25% of the vote when that coalition was formed. However, there is a route through as from the Supreme Court for a negotiation in the House of Commons, or to return, in the meantime, to accept the responsibility of this Parliament. Between 2011 and 2016, when I spoke on health, agreed and offered to take the National Health Service off the football pitch, to try and work together to find a consensus around how we might proceed. Alec Neil, in fact, as Health Secretary, even convened meetings between all other parties. All of that was set aside when the 2015 election came about. But if the health service is struggling in England under the Conservatives, in Wales under the Labour Party, in Scotland under the SNP, by what conceit does any one party think they can say, we and we alone can now offer a solution to the crisis which is now evolving on health? Would it not be far better to listen to people like Wes Streeting, who I read an article on in Interest at the weekend, who talked about a working partnership with the private sector, a new model for GP primary care, to those who have talked about reopening the Nightingale wards as places where early discharge patients could go to free up space within our NHS, to listen to GPs like our own Sandesh Gulhani? Would it not be far better for us to work in concert to seek to try and find a solution, rather than simply individually firing forward ideas which everybody else then shoots down? The NHS carries on, workers do so in despair, but there is no political solution whatsoever. Finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, can I say this? Does this Parliament have a future based on the model envisaged for it by its creators and pioneers? That was for this Parliament to evolve the greatest possible consensus on issues that we possibly could. Bludgeoning ourselves on the divisive issue of independence is setting setting aside all the work we could do on these priorities for Scotland.
You need to resume your seat. Jim Fairley to be followed by Martin Whitfield. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scots, being a historic nation with a proud past, and as a nation they have an undoubted right to national self-determination. They should determine on independence. Should they determine on independence, no English party or politician would stand in their way, however much we might regret their departure. The words of Margaret Thatcher. Perhaps Rishi Sunak might reflect on this principle from one of his heroes. After all, he believes in mandates, and I know that he does, because Reuters reported on the 15th December 2019 that during his Andrew Marr interview as Deputy Finance Minister, he said, "The overriding mandate we have from this election result is to get Brexit done. We will leave the EU in a matter of weeks." That irony surely cannot be lost to those benches. But let's turn to our colleagues on this side of the chamber here. The most powerful Scottish party for decades, who used to weigh their votes rather than count them because they were so dominant. Yet here they are, scrapping for every single vote they can muster as a result of their utter betrayal of their traditional vote, which has left them languishing in a lowly third place of Scottish politics. And yet they still have learned nothing, as Sarah Boyack has just mentioned. Keir Starmer helped launch their latest reincarnation of a federal solution to the problems of the UK. And on the 5th of December last year, he was asked by Glenn Campbell if he had the courage in Scotland to test those ideas against independence. His answer? "We have been absolutely transparent and clear about this. Those are the recommendations. We will put those missions before the electorate, and if we are elected into power, we will have a mandate to carry it out." And that's it right there, Presiding Officer. That is why Labour are finished in Scotland, because their leaders over generations believe that only mandates that are delivered by an English majority carry any value or weight. And the Scottish vote is nothing more than a means to bolster their position without the need to deliver what the people demand. And what the people have demanded them to deliver is the right to choose our constitutional future. Alex Cole-Hamilton, on the 3rd of July last year, was asked by Martin Geisler if the SNP won a general election, would that constitute a mandate? He replied, no, not at all. And yet, Presiding Officer, in the same interview, he was reminded of his own party's manifesto commitment in the 2019 general election that they would simply reverse the Brexit decision. Now, his response to that point was that they didn't win the election, but, Presiding Officer, we did. So, by the rationale of Mr Cole-Hamilton's argument, we in these benches should simply declare independence. But we won't. It's not this party's policy not to allow the people to have their say, unlike the other three unionist parties in this debate. And it's for that reasoning that the lady who deserves the final word of my contribution, Presiding Officer, is Winnie Ewing. As the opening speaker for the SNP in the Queen's Speech debate in November 1977, she said, "The national movement will not go away. If the people of Scotland are satisfied with them in a Parliament, that is what they shall have. Although we shall go on protesting that they want more. And if the Scottish people do not want more, we shall not win elections after that. It is a simple matter of democracy." Presiding Officer, it is a simple matter of democracy. And if other parties actually believe in democracy, then their own denial of it should worry them far more than the outcome of a referendum.
Mr Fairley. I now call Martin Whitfield to be followed by Karen Adam for up to 4 minutes. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, and as always a fascinating debate at the start of the year. But it is a false choice that's being presented before us. We have the SNP's costly obsession with independence, and we have the Tories' status quo. There is a third way. The Labour is offering the choice of a stronger Scotland and a transformed UK at the next general election. And why should that be important? Because when we look at what leads the news tonight, it won't be this debate. It will be the stories of the children who couldn't go to school today because of a strike. It will be the stories of the NHS in crisis. Our beloved NHS that everyone across this chamber, or every party across this chamber at various times, has said is so important. And the NHS is. We've already heard stories of people waiting hours and hours for ambulances, waiting in accident and emergency. We have the crisis. We have the crisis of heating and of living and of feeding. We have the pressures that families are under as their children who should go to school can't today, about having to take a day off work to look after them, of people working from home in the post-COVID way because they can. The stresses that are being put on our communities out here, those very communities that so many people have said today have voted for them or voted for the other, those communities who tonight aren't concerned about an argument about independence, they're concerned about how they're going to put food on the table for their families and what's going to happen at the weekend and what's going to happen going forward should one of their children fall ill and have to try and get to a hospital. And that is the reality for people not just in Scotland, but in England, but in Wales and in Ireland, and indeed across Europe to many different levels. We are facing crisis upon crisis, and we are spending time arguing today, discussing, debating today about the differentials over an independence vote. And I think it is fascinating, more than happy to. I'll not even ask a question.
I thank the member for giving way. Would you accept there's 129 of us? We can deal with a lot of issues at the one time, including the short-term crisis and the long-term future.
Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Really? The crisis that we had in this chamber, sitting until the early morning hours before Christmas. The fact today that we faced business motions requesting debates on the NHS. With the greatest respect, I struggle to see this Parliament deal with more than one thing at a time. And I think that comes from the attitude of the government towards this Parliament, and indeed some members across this Parliament, of their attitude to how government business needs to be conducted. Do you want to intervene on that? I would love...
Gillian Martin.
As a committee convener, surely you must see, even looking at the timetable of daily in this Parliament, there's committees dealing with matters all the time in parallel with one another. That's a ridiculous thing for Martin Whitfield to say.
Please, through the Chair, and I would encourage members not to make interventions from a sedentary position, and for those speaking not to take interventions from a sedentary position. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. We can discuss that comment. Yes, committees can't sit while the chamber is sitting. And that's, in essence, doing just one thing at a time. And there needs to be change. There needs to be a better development so that this government can be held to account. And it also needs members of this Parliament, I humbly suggest, to show a little level of respect if we want to conduct debates the way that people seem to indicate they want debates to be conducted, rather than shouting matches. I am desperately conscious of time, and it's a shame because I wanted to talk about the opportunity that Europe offers with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and also the national delegation to the Congress, on which SNP, Labour and Conservative elected officials from across the UK, but also from here in Scotland, sit and can influence the debate across Europe. But given the nature, I would like to finish just by asking the Cabinet Secretary. He opened with a very powerful statement about people should respect the winners and what they do. The fact remains that, unfortunately for us, maybe in part due to the investment that certain parties here made actually in the Brexit campaign, Brexit was won by people who wanted to leave Europe. Should we respect those winners? I'm grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. I now call Karen Adam for up to 4 minutes, please, Ms Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to stand here today in the Chamber to debate a manifesto commitment that my constituents voted me in to deliver. The SNP won the Scottish election with this commitment front and centre to hold a referendum. Firstly, I just want to address my colleague Jackson Carlaw, who spoke of the Tory, Labour and SNP governments struggling with the NHS crisis. Can I point out that there's a stark difference between these governments? The Tories can borrow more. The Tories can change immigration policy, but they choose not to. And that is the terrifying fact. In 2021, I included independence referendum in my campaign socials and materials, as did my opposition. But theirs was with a plea to reject an independence referendum. Now, talk about obsessive, because their materials included more talk of an independence referendum than mine. Now, I won a majority such as my colleagues did, advocating for Scotland's inalienable right to independence, and it is on that basis we formed a government. Now, there may be cries from the opposition benches to halt or stall a referendum using a myriad of excuses, but of course we know from experience that many of these excuses to stay put in this toxic and declining union are actually the very reasons to leave it. At the very least, reasons which highlight the need for the Scottish people to be presented with the option, should Scotland be an independent country. People don't just deserve what they vote for, they have a right to it, and certainly within the parliamentary term which they voted it in. Presiding Officer, the choices I am here to make come from the people, were decided on by the people, and should be carried out by us on behalf of the people. The Unionist parties had their chance to convince the nation and they failed. They have a right to present their case to oppose independence, but they have no mandate to remove the choice. It is undemocratic and a shameful dismissal of the mark on the ballot paper that got us all here. What exactly would that be telling the people of Scotland? That ultimately it doesn't matter what they vote for because politicians in Westminster can overrule it? The Supreme Court judgment laid it bare for the world to see that this union is not consensual nor democratic, and it's something which could concern us all immensely. How dare politicians that Scotland did not vote for tell us what we can and cannot do? The patronising remarks I hear, I just can't bear. It's condescending to tell the electorate that what they voted for might not be what they need. It's pompous, it's arrogant, it's rude and it's belittling. Do they really think it's their place to tell the people what they want? We're here to give the people of Scotland what they want and what they elected us to do. We can listen to the cries of decisions of elections past, but that is a Scotland and indeed a UK that is no longer recognisable. We have been through the ringer, and much of it is self-inflicted by ideological party politics. We gave the union a chance, and now we are reaping what was sown, and it is rotten. Brexit and a fishing sector sold out, labour shortages and red tape that could wrap the globe thrice. To the British nationalists in this chamber today, I plead, have some integrity and be bold. Stop standing in the way of democracy and be brave in your convictions. If you're that sure that they are worthy of support, then put it to the people and ask them. It's them who pay our wages. It is them that gifted us this honour. Democracy isn't just for those who agree with you. That is something else entirely. In closing, Presiding Officer, I look forward to the people choosing a fairer, richer, cleaner, more equal and outward-looking country, one which isn't constrained and stripped of all its parts in some UK scrap heap. I fully support this motion and look forward with high hopes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adam. We now move to closing speeches. I call first Paul O'Kane for up to 6 minutes. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. We return to Parliament today with our NHS in a humanitarian crisis. The Deputy Chair of the BMA Scotland has described hospitals across Scotland as not safe for patients. 4,977 patients are waiting more than 8 hours in our A&E departments, the worst on record ever. 2,506 patients waiting more than 12 hours in an A&E department, the worst on record ever. It is a new year, as we've heard from many colleagues across the chamber, but we begin with an old and tired argument. Instead of beginning 2023 with a relentless focus on the crisis facing health and social care in this country, the first debate in this Parliament is to discuss the Constitution. All of this to distract from the reality of an NHS which has been pushed to the brink in Scotland 15 years in the making with this government, with a Health Secretary who has failed to show leadership and intervene to avert the current crisis. A Health Secretary who has lost all credibility. Frontline health and care workers, patients and the public have no confidence in Humza Yousaf's ability to deal with the crisis engulfing our NHS. And yet that is not the debate we are having today. What does that say? What does that say to our constituents waiting for hospital treatment, struggling to see their GP or lying on a hospital trolley in A and E? I have found today's debate unedifying, as outside of this place, our NHS is on its knees. And I do not know how our hard-working health and social care staff, what they will be thinking as they look at the debate today in this place. Presiding Officer, throughout the debate from SNP and Green members, they have been keen to assert what Scotland needs and Scotland wants. They have spoken of mandates and their mandate. And yet, I could paper the walls of Bute House and St Andrews House with all of the broken promises of this government. Part of the mandate on which they were elected, on ferries, on free bikes, on school meals, on a nationalised energy company, on student debt, on the council tax, and the list goes on and on. Because only one thing matters for this government when it comes to delivery. Isn't that the case, Presiding Officer? And let's think about the reality of what the people of Scotland want. We had polling this week that revealed that more than two-thirds of Scots think that the Scottish Government could be and should be doing more with existing powers to address the cost of living crisis. The reality is that the key priority issues for Scots are the cost of living crisis, our jobs and our NHS. Indeed, 61% of Scots believe that the Scottish Government are failing on the NHS. And today has been another example of an inadequate response to that crisis by this government. When asked to list what the Scottish Government should prioritise, Scottish people have been clear. Those top three issues, the NHS, the rising cost of living and exorbitant energy bills. And just 8% of Scots said that independence should be a priority for this government. It is no surprise to anyone in this chamber that the Scottish National Party want independence, or indeed now the Greens for that matter, who seem to have forsaken all else in terms of their policy agenda. However, it is telling that this government continues to pursue an agenda with an evangelical zeal, despite the desire of the vast majority of Scots, including a majority of people who would consider supporting independence, stating that it is the wrong priority at the wrong time. It is clear, Presiding Officer, that people in Scotland want to see change. That is clear. Across Scotland, communities are being let down by both of their governments. They are being let down by an arrogant and reckless Tory government in Westminster and an incompetent SNP Green coalition who are more interested in pursuing this debate today than talking about the failings in our NHS and doing something about it. Two parties who are locked in a codependent relationship of grudge and grievance. Well, Presiding Officer, Scotland deserves so much better than that, so much better than the divisive debate we see consistently played out on the constitutional settlement. And I think my colleague Michael Mara articulated this most powerfully today in what I believe was an excellent speech. Because, Presiding Officer, people do want a better form of politics than what we have seen here today in the chamber. People want a politics that serves the national interest, that brings people together and that seeks to solve our collective challenges together. And it is only the Labour Party which has the energy, the ambition and the ideas to radically reshape our democratic settlement and empower communities in Scotland and across the UK. And the howls of derision from the SNP benches show that they are afraid of a Labour government being elected at the UK level, because in practice, a UK government will abolish the antiquated House of Lords, replacing it with an elected assembly of the nations and regions. They don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear it.
Mr O'Kane, please resume your seat. We have listened to most of the speakers in the latter half of this debate with respect. Okay, you can disagree with what the speaker is saying without trying to drown them out. Mr O'Kane, I would encourage you to bring your remarks to a close.
Well, I mean, they don't want to hear it, but I have as much right and a democratic mandate to stand here and make these points as anyone else in this chamber. So let us be clear in coming to a close, as I am now in my final seconds. Changing our UK and changing Scotland within it, that is the change that this party choose. It is the change that we will deliver at a UK general election. I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. I now call Maurice Golden for around 7 minutes, please, Mr Golden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Let me begin by saying how disappointed I am we are not discussing more pressing matters. Families hit hard by the cost of living crisis businesses struggling with energy bills, or the emergency engulfing our health service. And we should be discussing our NHS today, as my colleagues Donald Cameron, Sharon Dowie and Jackson Carlow have all highlighted. Ian Kennedy said that many doctors remain to be convinced that the Scottish Government's practical response matches up to the huge scale of the problems the NHS is facing. It's no wonder, given that the Scottish Government have lost focus and instead they are once again forcing us to discuss their grievance agenda, something we have seen from every nationalist speaker to a lesser or greater extent today. Sarah Boyack spoke about a new way forward in the work of Gordon Brown, and Alex Cole-Hamilton, in a passionate speech, outlined how the Scottish Government are out of touch with reality and how the Greens have traded environmentalism for nationalism. But let me be clear. I believe in democracy, that Scotland has the right to decide on its future, but the question of independence has been settled and the will of the people must be respected. I think going forward there's much that Jackson Carlow can offer this Parliament and indeed Scotland with regards to the way forward. But the obvious question is, why do the SNP keep ignoring the referendum we had in 2014? Alistair Allen.
Alistair Allen. I thank the member for giving way, and he reflected on the fact that Jackson Carlow had indicated the way forward. As I recall, Jackson Carlow said that the way forward was through making these arguments at Westminster. Does the member acknowledge that for the last few elections, the overwhelming number of people, majority of people that Scotland has sent to Westminster have been of my point of view and not his, and will he not come to acknowledge that at some point?
Yes. Maurice Golden.
I think the point that the Nationalists are struggling with is that if a councillor at a local government election has it in his or her manifesto that they will increase income tax, they cannot do it because the institution to which they serve doesn't have the power to do so. The referendum in 2014 was free and fair. That saw Scotland vote. I'd like to make some progress. That saw Scotland vote decisively to remain part of the United Kingdom, and that, according to the SNP at the time, removed the question of independence for at least a generation. So why won't the SNP respect the
result? Excuse me, Mr Golden. Could members give Mr Golden the respect of listening while he's speaking? Please continue.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So why won't the SNP respect the result of that referendum? Let me give you the answer. It's because they lost. They've never been able to accept that, so they want to keep running referendums until they get the answer they like. It makes their talk of democracy, mandates and respecting the will of the people so horribly hollow. Such is the SNP's intent to overturn the 2014 decision, they even took to the courts trying to force through another referendum, wasting more than £250,000 of taxpayers' money before the Supreme Court unanimously ruled against them. Let's be clear here. The Scottish people don't want another referendum anytime soon. An Ipsos Mori poll last month found that just 35% of people supported a referendum in 2023. Thwarted by the courts and with the public opinion against them, the SNP now want to turn the next general election into a de facto referendum. The absurdity of the idea should be obvious to everyone. As the constitutional politics expert Professor James Mitchell explained, there is no such thing as a de facto referendum. It's not for a political party to dictate the terms of an election. Presiding Officer, the case for independence has never been strong. The SNP have no credible answer for why Scotland should leave the most successful political union in history. A union that benefits Scotland enormously, from the £12 billion union dividend that allows Scotland to spend more on vital public services to the hundreds of millions being directly invested in local communities, from the shipbuilding jobs on the Clyde to the vast quantities of trade that flow freely between Scotland and the rest of the UK. Let's also remember that during the pandemic, the UK government protected almost 1 million Scottish workers and nearly 100,000 Scottish businesses. It was an enormous show of support for Scotland, both demonstrating the value of the Union and also that we are at our best when we are united. The people of Scotland understand that, which is why poll after poll has shown the majority of Scots want to remain part of the United Kingdom. Do I have time, Presiding Officer?
Stephanie Callaghan.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. He's mentioned democracy, mandates, will of the people, and he's told us that the Scottish Government is out of touch. Does he really mean that the Scottish people are out of touch because they're the ones who voted for a referendum?
Maurice Golden.
Well, not according to your leader, Nicola Sturgeon, who said that a vote for the SNP in 2021 was not a vote for independence. Perfectly clear. Incidentally, that's the same First Minister that says she detests hundreds of thousands of Scots, which is, in my view, a deplorable act from First Minister of Scotland. The First Minister takes hardship facing families and tries to make it about independence, saying the cost of living crisis highlights, and I quote, the pressing need for independence. With this obsession for independence above all else, is it any wonder so much has gone wrong under this SNP Green government? Education going backwards in international rankings, the worst drugs death rate in Europe, the worst A&E waiting times on record, an embarrassing approach to tackling climate change, and so many more failures. The debate today, Presiding Officer, has been a wasted opportunity to tackle those issues. The Scottish Government must stop acting like a pressure group for independence and more like the government it's supposed to be.
Thank you. I call on Neil Gray to wind up to 9 minutes, Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Part of the motion we are debating today invites us to reflect on the recent judgment of the UK Supreme Court, a judgment that noted that votes cast in an independence referendum would possess the authority and a constitution and political culture founded upon democracy of a democratic expression of the view of the Scottish electorate. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court ruled that under our devolution settlement, a referendum to allow such a democratic expression of people in Scotland's views would be in itself incompatible with Westminster sovereignty, and so out with the powers of this Parliament. Without a change to this Parliament's powers, we cannot ourselves legislate for an independence referendum. But that does not mean that a mandate to give people in Scotland a choice about their future cannot be delivered in a Scottish Parliament election. The precedent of the 2011 election is clear. When people elect a Parliament on a clear mandate to deliver a referendum, both of Scotland's governments should listen to that and facilitate that referendum. The UK Government had no difficulty at that time accepting that a mandate could be delivered through an election to this Parliament, and they were right to accept that, and they should be doing so again now. This is Scotland's national Parliament. If a mandate cannot be delivered in a Scottish Parliament election, where can it be? And some have raised opinion polling today. Incidentally, 6 of the last 7 polls back to November last year actually show a majority support for independence. But no opinion poll can give a mandate to a Parliament. Only votes can do that. And I would invite those who would quibble with that or try to speculate about what people in Scotland really want when they elect a Parliament to reflect on the consequences of their position for democracy. After all, polls showed no overwhelming support for independence in 2011 when the UK Government accepted this Parliament's mandate to deliver a referendum. No, when it comes to exercising the constitutional right to choose their future, people in Scotland do it in the ballot box, in elections. And, Presiding Officer, I'm surprised that there is any doubt in this chamber that people in Scotland alone have the right to choose their constitutional future. It used to be accepted across the political spectrum. It was Margaret Thatcher who said, as a nation, the Scots have an undoubted right to national self-determination. Should they determine on independence, no English party or politician would stand in their way. It was John Major who said of Scotland, no nation could be held irrevocably in a union against its will. And the report of the cross-party Smith Commission said, after the 2014 referendum, that nothing in this report prevents Scotland becoming an independent country in the future, should the people of Scotland so choose. It was the 1989 Claim of Right, again endorsed in votes of both Westminster and Scottish Parliaments on a cross-party basis, which affirmed the sovereign right of the Scottish people to determine the form of government best suited to their needs. None of these quotes, not even from those Conservative and Unionist Prime Ministers, describes a right to choose as long as Westminster agrees. And that is what disappoints me most today about Labour's amendment, because Labour sought to remove and delete the section in the government's motion today that the UK should be a voluntary association of nations, and that it should be open to at any point to choose by democratic means to withdraw, something that was lifted almost entirely from a report from the Labour Welsh Government, confirming quite the distance that the leadership of the Labour Party in Scotland, and I say leadership because I don't think all of their members or voters will agree with the position, the STUC certainly does not, and that they renege on what they signed up to in the Smith Commission. They also renege on the report that they just published in August last year, which said that the role of the Scottish Parliament is to be the expression of the democratic will of the people of Scotland. So it's little surprise that opposition parties have not much enjoyed the tag of democracy deniers that has been levelled at them today. But to paraphrase Alistair Jack's duck analogy, if they try to block a debate in this place about Scotland's democratic choice today, if they refuse to accept the result of the Brexit referendum in Scotland, if they refuse to accept the outcome of the last Scottish election, and if they refuse to allow the people of Scotland to have their say over their future that they have voted for, then they are democracy deniers, presiding officer. And it is not simply enough to say warm words about the rights to choose. Actions are needed. It has to be made real. There is no meaningful right to choose if the people of Scotland can simply, perfunctorily be told by the UK Prime Minister no. Respecting the right to choose, putting the words I've quoted into practice means coming to the table, entering discussions, accepting, as we accept, that while we may never agree about the ultimate destination of Scotland's constitutional journey, we agree that it is one for the people of Scotland who live and work here. Now, the First Minister has made clear that this government is ready to have those discussions. It is up now to the UK government to come forward and respect the outcome of elections in this country. And so, in conclusion, presiding officer, Derek Bateman was a great journalist, committed supporter of independence and a thoughtful commentator. In one article, he argued that independence can't be portrayed as a knee-jerk response to a limited freedoms and imposed restrictions. The point about independence, he said, is that it is the creation of the people, not the lawyers. The people decide, the lawyers draft, and the politicians legislate. It is a national cri de coeur, and he was absolutely right. The merits of independence are not for today. Independence gives us the chance to plot a different path that rejects austerity, utilises our undeniable natural resources, the talents of our people, and make our economy work for our people by tackling poverty. The merits of independence are not for today, because today, I'm concluding, because today is not for us to decide. Today is about allowing the people of Scotland to take their democratic right to choose their own future. That used to be something that united us all, but is for the people to decide their own future.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on people's right to choose, respecting Scotland's democratic mandate. It is now time to move on to the next item of business, which is an urgent question, and I call Neil Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its urgent response is to the reported announcement regarding the closure of the Amazon Gourock site.
I call Minister Ivan McKee.
We are very disappointed to learn of the announcement made today by Amazon to consult on closing its distribution centre in Gourock, and I know this will be a very difficult time for the workforce, their families and the local areas. Scottish Enterprise spoke with the company today to better understand the situation and the issues involved, and I will be meeting with Amazon tomorrow to further discuss and understand better the decision they've made and its impact on the facility at Gourock.
Neil Bibby.
I thank the Minister for that answer and I welcome that he is to meet Amazon tomorrow. The news today that Amazon is to end its 19-year association with Gourock, costing over 300 jobs, is a hammer blow for Inverclyde and for the west of Scotland. Those workers were the unsung heroes of the pandemic. Those employees now face losing their jobs only a few weeks after making sure the rest of us got our Christmas presents. The Scottish Government is well aware of the challenges faced in Inverclyde. This is a community which has lost major employers in the past. The consequence has been economic decline, deprivation and depopulation. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, what new steps the Scottish Government will take in response to this announcement? And how will the Scottish Government support Inverclyde Council's socio-economic task force, which the Minister is a member of, to minimise the impact of this decision and to attract other new jobs to Inverclyde?
Minister.
We will continue to work with everybody wherever we can to support further investment into Inverclyde, indeed across the whole of Scotland. The member is right to identify that I'm a member of the Inverclyde Task Force, and I attend that group, and they are very keen to continue to contribute to work together with others that have the interests of Inverclyde at heart to attract as much investment as we can. You'll be aware of the work that we're doing through the Clyde Mission to support activity in the area, work through the Glasgow City Region deal, and also the investments we have managed to attract to Inverclyde over the years, and will continue to do so. For example, the diodes investment, I was very proud to be involved in landing that deal when it came to Inverclyde.
Neil Bibby.
I thank the Minister for that answer and his commitment to continue working with Inverclyde Council. I hope we can leave no stone unturned. We have debated in the past taxpayer support for Amazon. This company has been a welcome source of jobs for Inverclyde and other communities, but at some cost. There are real concerns about their employment practices, the impact they've had on our high streets, and about their tax bill being a fraction of their profits. In light of today's news, can the Minister commit to publishing in full the extent of taxpayers' support for this company and detail the full commercial relationships the Government has had with Amazon for any provision of service to the public sector? Will they also tell us whether the Scottish Government intend to engage, how the Scottish Government intend to engage with Amazon going forward? And finally, would he agree that at some point the state maybe needs to treat Amazon with the same respect it treats the people of Inverclyde and Scotland?
Minister.
I can let the member know that a total of £2,137,000 of financial support has been provided to Amazon in Gourock. That the last support that was given to the facility in Gourock was in 2011, and that support stretched over the period 2005 through to 2011. With regards to fair work, the member knows that we take that very, very seriously. It's a central tenet of our national strategy for economic transformation. It's something I personally am very keen to support across all the sectors that I work with. It's something that the Minister of Higher Education, Further Education, Youth Employment and Training met with Amazon in September 2021 and made the points and stressed in his previous role as Minister for Business, Fair Work and Skills the importance of fair work issues. And in my most recent meeting with Amazon to look for how they can continue to invest across a whole range of activities in Scotland, was very clear with them that the centrality of fair work to our approach to economic development in Scotland was absolutely critical. So we leave no stone unturned to do what we can to support the people of Inverclyde and the people that work in Amazon Gourock at this time, and we continue as always to look for further inward investment and to continue to stress the absolute critical importance of fair work practices.
Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I speak in place of my Inverclyde colleague Stuart McMillan, whose mother sadly passed away this morning. Nevertheless, his staff and Ronnie Cowan MP met with Amazon management this afternoon, and some indeed of the 300 strong workforce are my own constituents. Amazon today claimed that the Gourock facility is one of their older sites and questioned its suitability and viability. These concerns have never been raised directly with the local MSP or MP on past site visits. I'm pleased that the Minister will meet the company tomorrow. Can he advise whether he will facilitate talks between the landlord of the site and Amazon to see what improvements or investments can be made at the site to prevent closure and ensure the Gourock site will continue to be a part of Amazon's future business plans?
Minister.
I thank the member for that question, for raising that issue. As indicated, we will leave no stone unturned to understand what is possible to be able to save the facility at Gourock. And if the member or Stuart McMillan has information that would be helpful in that regard, or any other member indeed does, be very keen to receive that before my meeting with Amazon tomorrow morning, or even following on from that. If there are opportunities where further investment can be made to get the site to a position where it is, in Amazon's view, contributing to their operational footprint, then be very keen to explore those to any level of detail required.
Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I first of all convey my condolences to Stuart McMillan today? As a Greenock resident and someone who has been to the Amazon site, I know how much of a blow today's news will come to them, their families and the entire community. Inverclyde is resilient and will survive any economic challenges it faces, but this is such a major local employer, it will surely have a devastating impact. Can I ask the Minister if he might give serious consideration to the set-up of an immediate bespoke multi-agency task force, which will bring together Amazon, the local authority, governments and other public bodies, agencies and political parties to sit around the table and see what can be done in the immediate to support the people of Inverclyde. There is precedent for this, as he knows, with Texas Instruments, and I think it would be a very positive way to get everyone in the room together.
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware that we already have the Inverclyde Task Force in operation. That's a fabulous initiative that was started locally and invites me out to myself and others to be part of that group, and I'm delighted to be able to work with them. I think that forum, which we'll be meeting again very shortly in the next few weeks, is probably the best place where we can have that discussion about what can be done, and if that group decides that there's a need for a subset of that group to have detailed discussions on this, and I'd be happy to be part of that. But I'd rather work that through the task force that's already in place rather than set up a separate group at this stage. I think it's the most effective way to use the mechanisms that are already there to take that forward. And the member, of course, will be aware as well, of course, that Scottish Enterprise and the PACE initiative are already working, have engaged with the business to see what support can be offered to employees should the business decide, following consultation, to close the facility.
Paul O'Kane.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer, and I associate myself with the comments of my regional colleague Neil Bibby in this urgent question. The impact of the closure of Amazon on the local economy in Inverclyde cannot be underestimated, and it is a huge concern to local people. And I think, as we've already heard, this issue does raise broader concerns about how public money is used, and indeed Amazon failing in its moral obligations to provide safe, stable and well-remunerated employment to the people of Inverclyde. I accept what the Minister says about leaving no stone unturned in order to try and protect a future for the site. However, it is clear that Amazon are suggesting that people will be redeployed. That doesn't seem likely. So what discussions has he had with West College Scotland, Skill Development Scotland and others about retraining and reskilling people in Inverclyde to have well-paid and secure jobs?
Minister.
Well, as I've said, the support and financial support from Scottish Government that went into the Amazon Gourock site was over the period 2005 through to 2011, and that was the last support that was made to that site. As I said, I'm very happy to engage with anyone who can come forward with solutions or where we can work together to facilitate support for the site to secure the future of it. And with regards to skills training, my colleague Minister for Skills, of course, course, is engaged on an ongoing basis in programmes across the country to make sure that we upskill people in Inverclyde and elsewhere to take advantage of the many opportunities that are being created in Scotland, in all parts of Scotland, across a whole range of sectors. And as part of the discussions around this particular facility, I would be quite happy to engage with the local college and others as required.
And Ross Greer.
Thank you. Amazon are a monumentally profitable company. Their founder, Jeff Bezos, is the definition of corporate greed. They're also infamous for their hostility towards their own workers when they try to organise through trade unions. So can I ask the Minister if he'll engage with the unions such as the GMB, for whom a number of the workers at the Guruk site hold membership?
Minister.
I'm very happy to engage with GMB and include them in discussions around how we look for ways to find a secure future for the Amazon Guruk site. And again, just reiterate, our messaging to Amazon has been relentless and clear that we support the Fair Work agenda. It's absolutely central to our economic policies as a government, and we always impress upon them the importance of that and raise any issues that are raised with us in that regard. We are not treating workers fairly across any of their sites to make sure they understand how important these issues are to the Scottish Government.
Thank you. That concludes the urgent question. The next item of business is a statement by Patrick Harvey on proposed Domestic Building Environmental Standards Scotland Bill. The Minister will take questions at the end of his statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And in what was a lively debate this afternoon, there were a number of calls for more constructive politics in this Parliament. So I'm very much delighted that this short statement will give members the chance to welcome yet another example of this government putting constructive politics into practice. One of the critical areas where Scotland does need to make more progress, both to reduce carbon emissions and to cut the cost of living, is in improving the energy performance of our homes and buildings, cutting their overall energy use and ending our reliance on fossil fuel, which exposes everyone to volatile prices. That's why the Butte House Agreement and the Shared Policy Programme agreed between the Scottish Government and the Scottish Green Party in August 2021 includes commitments to decarbonise the heat we use in buildings from 2024 through the New Build Heat Standard, which we consulted on in the years 21 and 22, and announcing the latest changes to the energy standards within the building regulations last June, I said that we need to raise standards and deliver the action and innovation that's needed to meet our objectives for a net zero Scotland. The Butte House Agreement also promises explicit support for Passive House and similar standards. Now, Passive House, as many members will know, is an example of a published design and construction standard that's proven to deliver buildings with very good energy and environmental performance. Scotland should have been building highly energy-efficient homes for decades. And if we had done, as some other Northern European nations have done, our retrofit challenges now would be far more manageable today. But we have now made progress, and we have good energy standards for new homes. But there's more that can be done, and in particular, lessons that can be applied from established standards, such as Passive House. In May last year, Alex Rowley, MSP, lodged a proposal for a bill to set new minimum environmental design standards for all new build housing to meet a Scottish equivalent to the Passive House standard. This proposal is welcome, and it's well aligned with the ambition already set out within the Butte House Agreement. So I met with Mr Rowley in May and again in November to discuss his proposal. And on both occasions it was clear that there's a shared ambition and a recognition of the benefits that can be delivered from further review of our new build energy standards. That means better energy and environmental standards for new homes, but also increased assurance that the design and construction of new buildings delivers the intended performance in practice. And we also discussed the Government's wider work on improving standards, including the most recent changes, which will apply from next month. On the 15th of December last year, I wrote to Alex Rowley and to Parliament in response to his final bill proposal, and I am pleased to confirm to Parliament that we will be bringing forward changes to building standards that will deliver a further step change in energy performance of new buildings in Scotland. And so, as required under Rule 9.14.13, and 13A of standing orders, I can confirm that the Scottish Government will make subordinate legislation within 2 years to introduce new minimum environmental design standards for all new build housing to meet a Scottish equivalent to the Passive House standard in order to improve energy efficiency and thermal performance. Our subordinate legislation will give effect to Mr Rowley's final proposal for a Domestic Building Environmental Standards Scotland Bill. Committing to a timetable for this further review enables us to set out this ambition in more detail in the spring and to continue to engage with the construction sector, building on initial discussions that were started last year. Our initial work will determine how such a standard should be defined and delivered through the building standards system. It will draw from the experience of Scottish construction sector to set out a challenging standard that's deliverable in practice at a national level. I welcome the initial positive response from house builders to my recent announcement and their willingness to work with us. And we will welcome input from all corners of industry over the coming months to assist in shaping proposals which can then be further developed and put out to consultation next year. I'd like to offer my thanks again for the work undertaken by Mr Rowley and his team over the past year, which resulted in his final proposal, and a greater awareness of the opportunities that such standards can deliver. I'm sure this will be valuable work helping the development of the review, and I welcome the continued involvement of Mr Rowley and his team in shaping this work. As noted in my letter, Presiding Officer, I look forward to continuing our programme of action to deliver improved energy and environmental standards across our new building stock, and in particular helping to deliver our vision to make all homes in Scotland warmer, greener and cheaper to run.
Thank you. The Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in the statement. I intend to allow around 10 minutes or so for questions. Members who wish to ask a question, please press Request to Speak button now. I call Alec Rowley.
Presiding Officer, I am grateful for the opportunity to respond and would like to express my gratitude to the Scottish Government in committing to give effect to my bill through legislation. I welcome the constructive dialogue I have had with the Minister and would also want to give my thanks to the Non-Government Bills Unit for the support they have given to my team and I over the last year of the consultation. The Passive House Trust, who have provided invaluable guidance on the technicalities of the proposal, Unity Consultant for all their work in bringing the proposal together, and all stakeholders who have kindly given us the benefit of their experience. A lot of the support came from the importance the bill places on the need for verification of meeting the Passive House standards, which are no thermal bridging, superior windows, mechanical ventilation and heat recovery, quality insulation, airtight construction. With this in mind, can the Minister confirm that in giving effect to my bill, the Scottish Government will not overlook the importance of a robust verification process for all new build housing when implementing the Scottish equivalent Passive House legislation to ensure that the ambitious standards set are being met, giving confidence to new build house owners across Scotland?
Minister. I'd like to once again thank Alex Rowley. He talks about the constructive dialogue that there has been, and I would once again put on record my thanks to him and his colleagues for taking that approach to this issue, and also to the stakeholders who have contributed to his work and the consultation that he's taken forward, Passive House Trust and many others. He's right to say that verification and ensuring compliance with any new standards is always an important aspect of improving energy performance through building standards. That's always been the case. As we've seen an incremental improvement in building standards over the years, we've needed to ensure that there's also an improvement in verification and in compliance. We have, I think, now a strong approach to a compliance plan approach. And as we continue to develop the work in defining the new standard, that will also be accompanied with work to ensure that there's no gap in, between what we're setting out on paper and what we're able to deliver in practice. But that issue of verification is hugely important. Once again, I look forward to continuing to have good dialogue with Alex Rowley and other colleagues across the chamber to ensure that that happens.
Alec Rowley.
Officer, and thank you, the Minister, for the answer. The verification is the key issue that people continue to stress. The support from the building industry for this bill was very much there. But they talked about the issues facing the industry, such as access to required materials, geographical imbalance in that access, and the need to ensure that there is a trained and skilled workforce. So does the Minister agree that, as well as passing legislation, the Government must ensure a joined-up approach to introducing these ambitious targets by ensuring that we tackle the difficulties in the Scottish supply chain and engage with the building industry on increasing the number of people gaining the skills within the sector? So it's a joined-up approach that needs to be overseen and driven by government. Minister.
This is a hugely important aspect, and I think it's relevant to the whole of my heat and buildings portfolio. The passive house concept and improvements to building standards are one important aspect of delivering this in new build. But if we're going to achieve what we need to on the wider heat and buildings side, the supply chain and the skills are absolutely critical. We need to see that as an opportunity, not just a challenge. I believe that there is not just work to be done, but long-term, high-quality careers to be had in delivering the transformation in our built environment that we require, whether that's from installation of zero-emission heating systems, retrofit of existing buildings for energy efficiency, or indeed improving the way in which we deliver new build housing. So, yeah, absolutely, the Government's work on the supply chain delivery plan for heat and buildings and other aspects of the work that we're doing to support skills in this area is going to be critical to the issue of passive house equivalent standards, but it's equally critical to the rest of our heat and buildings agenda.
Alec Crowley.
Presiding Officer, in terms of the response that we've had, and the Minister saw the response, which was absolutely, it was overwhelming. It was a greater response than certainly I'd expected. But interestingly, whilst there was real support for this, people continued to talk about retrofitting and continuing to stress the need for retrofitting of the current house and stock. So does the Minister agree that we need to have a review of the progress being made on retrofitting and look at how we can accelerate the efforts in this area to maximise household energy efficiency and tackle fuel poverty?
Minister. We do need to continue what we're doing, which is the ambitious approach to accelerating the retrofit agenda as part of the wider heat and buildings programme. And I would reinforce what I said in my opening remarks, that the commitment in the Butte House Agreement in August 2021, which included explicit support for Passive House, was part of a much wider set of policy priorities to accelerate Scotland's move toward zero emissions heating, high levels of energy efficiency and the heat and buildings agenda. I think it's never been clearer than it is over the last year or two that this is not just about carbon emissions, critical though the climate emergency is. It's also essential if we're going to meet the cost of living challenge and remove people from the vulnerability they're exposed to through high and volatile fossil fuel prices. Passive House and improving the way we deliver new build can also teach us valuable lessons about how we can systematise some of the approaches for retrofit as well. But there is a huge amount that we're continuing to do to accelerate work in this whole area, and I'm grateful that we have the political support of at least a good number of people across the chamber, and I look forward to that continuing.
Thank you. Time is tight. Interest is great. If we have short and succinct questions and responses, we'll get more members in. Can I call Miles Briggs, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I also start by paying tribute to Alex Rowley for his work on this bill and the important work he's put in to get to this point today. The Scottish Government's latest housing statistics have, though, revealed that housing completions across all tenures in Scotland are still way below pre-COVID levels. Therefore, can I ask the Minister 2 points? How is the Scottish Government going to firstly ensure that they're able to meet their housing targets with additional costs this might present to both private developers, but more importantly, I think also to social rental sector, given the additional costs they're facing? And given what we've seen in the construction sector around additional costs, what assessment have ministers actually taken at this point in time around higher costs per unit this legislation may also likely include?
Minister.
Well, of course, the cost of living crisis is also a cost of doing business and a cost of construction crisis. I think we know that across the piece, not just in Scotland, but across Europe, the cost of delivering new buildings of any kind, including housing, has increased dramatically. That's exacerbated in the UK as a result of some of the skills impacts of Brexit, and I know that we'll continue to debate those issues long and hard. But the emphasis that I would place on seeing this as a long-term direction of travel and the impact of the regulations that we'll be consulting on later this year, which the Scottish Government believes will set a long-term direction of travel and give confidence to the industry that Scotland is serious about the heat and buildings transformation and seeing it as an opportunity for investment, I think is the way through this. If we were just trying to muddle through year to year, I think that would be the wrong way to go. We need to give confidence to the construction sector that Scotland is serious about this highly energy efficient, zero carbon approach to our buildings, and that's what will drive investment in the skills and capacity, and I hope that we'll have the support of Conservative colleagues when we come to consult on those regulations as well. And I do think that the construction industry, unlike maybe 10 or 20 years ago, when they were telling us don't gold plate the building regulations, they see that change is coming. They see that a net zero future is an opportunity for themselves and for their members as well, and we need to work constructively with them.
Evelyn Tweed.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister set out in some more detail the ways in which giving effect to a passive house equivalent standard in new build housing will help us with our targets for fuel poverty and the transition towards net zero?
In brief detail, Minister.
Yes, indeed. The approach to this will involve working in a consultative way to develop and define the passive house standard. We'll do that in a way that listens to industry as well as to views from across the Chamber. That will ensure not only that we define that standard in the best way, but also, as I said earlier, that we close any gap in terms of compliance and making sure that the intention delivered on paper is actually achieved in practice. Passive house, as well as other aspects of the heat and buildings agenda, has a huge potential not just to cut emissions, but also to cut people's cost of living. And frankly, there is no path to Scotland achieving our wider climate change targets without success on the heat and buildings agenda.
Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. Can I also pay tribute to Alec Rowley for his work on this and hope that he will continue to remain engaged? The Minister acknowledged that passive house is an internationally recognised standard, underpinned by 30 years of rigorous scientific development, with a robust system of independent certification and a track record of delivering ultra-low energy houses across the world. And therefore, I'd be interested to know the reason why the Minister isn't simply incorporating passive house into building standards, which would have the benefits at least of helping in skills development and the professional support that will inevitably be needed.
Minister.
Well, I take the point, but as Liam MacArthur mentions in his question, passive house is essentially owned and defined by an external body. It's not something that government itself defines. So I think it's important for the Scottish Government, being responsible for building standards, to set our own definition. And Liam MacArthur, as well as a number of other members who represent, in particular, remote, rural and island communities which face, whether it's different climatic conditions or indeed different nature of the housing stock, will also recognise that perhaps there'll be aspects of how a new standard needs to be defined that take into account the particular circumstances in Scotland and in particular places within Scotland. So once again, I offer to Liam MacArthur and to others the opportunity to engage with the Scottish Government and really take that work forward.
Thank you. We must conclude that item of business at this point, and we move on to decision time. There are 3 questions to be put as a result of today's business. Now, can I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Donald Cameron is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Sarah Boyack will fall. The first question is that Amendment 7429.1 in the name of Donald Cameron, which seeks to amend Motion 7249 in the name of Angus Robertson on people's right to choose respecting Scotland's democratic mandate, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote. There will be a brief pause to allow members to access the digital voting system. For members who were not here earlier, the PIN is 8261. That's 8261. The first question is that Amendment 7429.1 in the name of Donald Cameron, which seeks to amend Motion 7429 in the name of Angus Robertson on people's right to choose respecting Scotland's democratic mandate, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. I call upon Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
I cast that vote as a no. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 7429.1 in the name of Donald Cameron is yes 30, no 94. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 7429.3 in the name of Sarah Boyack, which seeks to amend motion 7429 in the name of Angus Robertson on people's right to choose respecting Scotland's democratic mandate, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. I call upon Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
I vote no, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 7429.3 in the name of Sarah Boyack is yes 24, no 100. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The final question is that motion 7429 in the name of Angus Robertson on people's right to choose respecting Scotland's democratic mandate be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. I call Co-Cab Stewart to cast a proxy vote on behalf of Stuart McMillan.
I vote yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 7429 in the name of Angus Robertson is yes 70, no 54. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. That concludes decision time. We'll now move to members' business.
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.